It's 10 o'clock on Tuesday the 5th of March and I now open this public inquiry. Before I begin, can I just check you can all hear me okay? Good. So this inquiry relates to the application made by Scottish Power Renewables UK Limited for the proposed Earraghail renewable energy development. The application seeks consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and corresponding deemed planning permission under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997. The proposed Earraghail renewable energy development would include 13 wind turbines, a ground-mounted solar array, a battery energy storage system and associated infrastructure. During the inquiry, we might refer to it as the proposal or as the proposed development. As a result of objections by Argyll and Bute Council and Nature Scot, the Scottish ministers decided that a public inquiry would be held into the proposal. My name is Tammy Swift-Adams. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, or DPEA, and I and Karen Hayward, Assistant Chief Reporter, have been appointed to undertake this inquiry. You'll have noticed my colleague David Spears is here as well. He is undertaking all of our IT support. So he'll help us if we lose Wi-Fi, hopefully not, or sound during the day. Ms Hayward and I will report to the Scottish ministers with our recommendations on whether the application should be approved or not. Objections from Tarbert and Skipness Community Council and the Kintyre Way are also being considered in the Landscape and Visual Impact Inquiry session, which begins today. And over the next 3 weeks, we'll also hear objections from Glasgow Prestwick Airport and Skipness Estate. Various other consultation responses and written representations were made in response to the proposal, and those will be taken account of too as we prepare our report. In terms of the process, this public inquiry will include a formal inquiry session into landscape and visual impact. That begins today and should finish by this Friday. There'll be an evening community hearing session in this venue at 6 p.m. next Tuesday. Virtual hearing sessions on policy and on conditions will take place next Thursday, and a virtual inquiry session on aviation safety will start on Monday the 18th of March. And I'll talk a little bit more about the sessions in more detail shortly. The main purpose of all of these sessions is to make sure that we understand the positions of each parties on those topics. Where there's a dispute, we need to make sure we're clear on the reasons for the dispute, and that will enable us to set those matters out properly when we report to the Scottish ministers. So I'm now going to ask each of today's participants to introduce themselves and their teams before I provide some more information. I'll start with the applicants team, please.
Good morning, Madam. My name is Colin Innes, and I'm a solicitor with the firm of Shepherd Wedderburn. I appear alongside Emma Payton of my office, and I'm instructed by Laurie Martin of Scottish Power Renewables. In terms of this session of the inquiry, I have two witnesses, John van Hoestraten, who will be dealing with matters pertaining to aviation lighting, and I also have Kelly Anderson of Stevenson Halliday, a landscape architect who, with her team, has been responsible for the assessment of the project, and she will give evidence in relation to these matters on behalf of the applicant. In terms of timing, I have about 3 or 4 preliminary matters to deal with Mr van Hoestraten, which I think should probably take about 15 minutes. And in relation to Ms Anderson, I've got about four or five preliminary matters that would take under half an hour and may well be closer to the 15 minutes, just to assist in timing. And as currently advised, in terms of cross-examination, there has been a considerable amount of agreement reached between the landscape witnesses in terms of the both the Argyll and Bute objection and the Nature Scot objection. They're set out in CD 20.001 and 002. And those really have crystallised the fairly narrow extent of the levels of dispute. And against that background, I don't think the inquiry session is likely to last as long as we perhaps anticipated at the pre-examination meeting. And I would think that in terms of the Argyll and Bute evidence, my cross-examination is likely to be under an hour. and in relation to the Nature Scott extent of evidence, it would be probably closer to 2 hours, but likely to be about an hour and a half.
Thank you. That's helpful to have in advance. And for Earraghail and Bute Council, please.
Good morning, Mum. My name is Maurice O'Carroll, advocate at the Scottish Bar, representing Earraghail and Bute Council, and I'm here joined by Arlene Knox with the Council, and I have a witness today, Carol Anderson, who will be giving evidence later on. I might add that she's a shared witness between Earraghail and Bute Council and also Nature Scott today, but I'll be leading her evidence first in relation to the objection of the Council.
Thank you. And Nature Scott.
Good morning, ma'am. My name's Cameron Gregg. I'm a solicitor at the firm of Morton Fraser McRoberts. I'm joined today by my colleague David Forrester. I'm appearing on behalf of Nature Scott, and I'm instructed by Claire Davidson, who's sitting to my left, and joined by, as Maurice O'Carroll says, shared witness Carol Anderson.
Thank you. And Tarbert and Skipness Community Council and Kintyre Way, please.
My name is Rupert James. I'm representing Tarbert and Skipness Community Council. I'm joined by Paul Crone, also representing Tarbert and Skipness Community Council, and we've also been asked to represent the Kintyre Way in regard to some of their issues. We're permanent residents of Kintyre. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the two other participating parties, Glasgow Prestwick Airport and Skipness Estates, will be involved in some of the other sessions taking place next week and the week after, and we'll run through introductions again at the start of each session, just so we're clear who's representing who today and at those sessions. So we held a pre-examination meeting in October, and that was to guide the procedures for this inquiry and its consideration of the proposal. There's a recording of that meeting on the DPEA webcast website under the reference for this case, which is WIN-130-8. There's also a note of that meeting on the DPEA website that you can find with the same reference number. Ms Hayward and I have carried out unaccompanied site inspections of the area in February. That included visits to several of the viewpoints, local settlements and locations, including those suggested by participants. It also involved travelling on sections of the local road network, some of the local ferry routes, and visiting a section of the Kintyre Way. And we're going to be undertaking further unaccompanied site visits between now and the completion of our report. On webcasting, these inquiry sessions and the hearing sessions will be broadcast live on the internet so that members of the public can follow them. They're also going to be recorded and stored as part of DPEA's webcast archive, and that means that they will be capable of repeat viewing. So by participating in these sessions, participants are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of the images and sound recordings for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records, making those records available to the public. Further details can be found in the DPEA privacy notice on our website. I'll just point out there's a camera here by me, and there's another one at the end of the room, and they automatically pick up and focus on whoever's speaking. So they'll be focused on me at the moment, but hopefully if not much longer. Participants were advised of the programme for the inquiry in the note of the pre-examination meeting. Dates and timings, basic dates and timings were set out in there. And we have also last week circulated agendas for the hearing sessions. For those that are here observing, I'm just going to briefly run through the timetable that we're going to be following. So today we began at 10 o'clock, but the next 3 days we're going to begin a bit earlier at 9:30 a.m. For today and the rest of this week, or as long as we need this week, there'll be formal inquiry sessions focused on landscape and visual impact. The Tuesday session next week, the community hearing session, is an evening session. That's going to be here in the same venue, and that will begin at 6 p.m. Also next week, on the 14th of March, there'll be virtual hearing sessions on energy and planning policy and on conditions. Those will just be online, and we'll start those at 10 o'clock, hoping that will just be taking place on the Thursday. We've got the Friday in reserve if we do prove to need it. From the following Monday, the 18th of March, there'll be an inquiry session on aviation safety. Again, that's going to be a virtual inquiry at that time, and the session will begin at 10 o'clock on that Monday. Apart from next Tuesday's community hearing session, which is scheduled to finish at 8:30 p.m, we're looking to finish each day by around 4:30, or certainly by 5. They're long days otherwise. I'll talk through in a little bit more detail on the sessions shortly. On each day, we're going to allow an hour for lunch. Now, we've been advised that if we want to beat the school break rush, then we ought to try and finish for lunch by 12:30 at the latest. So I'll be aiming for that. Today, because we've just started at 10, it might be that we just run through until 12:30 or thereabouts, unless we feel a need for a break in between. Other days we'll be starting 9:30, so we might want to fit in a break then. Lunch isn't provided, so that's why I'm quite keen not to have you behind lots of queues of school children. We'll also take a short break in the afternoon. We'll do that just as a natural break comes up in proceedings, depending how we get on with the work, rather than formally scheduling a time for those. We're not catered at all in this venue, so tea and coffee in breaks, you'd need to go and find your own tea and coffee. We're not going in and using the kitchen, because that's where we needed to use the entrance to the galley there as a vantage point for the cameras, but to tide us over for this morning, I've put some water and glasses out. But if you might want to top up on your own water at the break time, at lunchtime, because I can't really go back in the kitchen without interrupting the camera setup. Is everybody happy on that so far? Okay, just turning quickly to documents. The witness recognitions, inquiry reports, hearing statements and other documents have already been made available to participants. You've uploaded the majority of those via Objective Connect. And I'm grateful for the applicant for putting the core document list together, and to the Community Council for providing a combined list of the documents, the community documents. Today, parties will be expected to work from their own electronic devices or their own paper copies. We'll be doing the same. We might sometimes need to ask parties to pause or to slow down just to make sure we've got the right documents out and that we've found the part of those documents that are being referred to. Members of the public, members of the public watching, can access the documents too on the DPA website by searching with the reference WIN-130-8. There is a set of documents at the back of the room here near that fire exit. We don't have, I don't think, members of the public here at the moment, but if there are members of the public in later that want those, just need to sort of quietly let them past if that proves necessary. For people observing today's proceedings who might not be familiar with the inquiry process, the normal sequence will be as follows. Firstly, the advocate or solicitor will introduce their witness, who will give what's called evidence in chief. That's information drawn from their precognition and inquiry report. The witness will be then cross-examined by the parties that are in opposition to that party. Then Ms Hayward and I might ask reporters questions, and the witness can then be asked questions again by their own advocate or solicitor, and that's referred to as re-examination. When all of the information and all of the evidence is given in the inquiry and hearing sessions this week, the parties will then have the opportunity to submit closing statements in writing, so we won't be expecting you to do a closing speech. The intended timing for that has been set out already in the note of the pre-examination meeting. I think the meeting note will have also said we need summaries of parties' positions too. That's to make sure they're included in your words in our report. So the timings for that, the deadline is Friday the 5th of April for parties' closing submissions and statements of case, Friday the 14th of April for the applicant's corresponding documents. For the inquiry sessions, precognitions are taken as read, so witnesses aren't expected to read them out in full or in big parts today. It's therefore expected cross-examination will focus on the matters in dispute. We might intervene if we think that the questions or the answers are straying into areas that aren't essential for us to include in our report. We also request that as each witness starts giving evidence, it would be helpful if the main documents that you think you're going to refer to are identified. We can then have them out ready, and we're less likely to need to interrupt proceedings to find them as we go along. The hearing sessions next Tuesday and Thursday, especially the community hearing session, are less formal than the inquiry sessions that I've just described. We don't have the evidence, cross-examination, etc. They are discussions, essentially, chaired by reporters. They'll be chaired by me. Agendas for each of the hearing sessions were sent out to parties last week. And those agendas are available on the DBA website as well, under that same reference, WIN-130-8. And when we get to those sessions, I'll run through their format at the time. In addition to the evidence that we considered at the inquiry and hearing sessions, our report and recommendations to the Scottish ministers will also consider the environmental impact assessment report and the additional environmental information that's been submitted, along with the matters raised in the consultation responses, the written representations that were submitted to the Scottish Government Energy Consents Unit in response to the application. And during the inquiry, we have also requested and received further written submissions on some specific topics. And again, all of that information can be seen on the DPEA website. So just before I move on to a few housekeeping matters, I'd like to remind parties of the importance of being courteous with each other throughout the proceedings. You will no doubt hear people say some things that you don't agree with, but please be polite and respectful. Please give other parties the time and the courtesy that they need to express their views, give their evidence and answer questions in the same way that you would hope for yourselves. On to housekeeping. Use of the microphones will be important. I probably should have had this section earlier, but we've managed fine. We need to use them even though it's a small room, just to make sure everybody does hear everything. The microphone units have speakers in them, which is why there are some in amongst the seating where that's allocated for the public as well. When you're speaking, it's the middle button on the microphone at the bottom with a little mouth that you press. And if your red lights are on, that basically means your microphone's live. So you want that on when you're speaking and off the rest of the time. It's best just to have one on at a time. Otherwise, it becomes less audible overall for everybody. I'll probably forget to do that at some point, so don't worry if you do. And if you're moving the microphones, you've got to pick it up by the base. I've already once been told off for picking it up by the stem, but there is quite a high chance that will come off in your hands, and that would certainly embarrass me if I did that. We're not expecting any tests of the fire alarm today. I think that was tested yesterday. The fire alarms are, as fire escapes are, there's one behind David to my left here and one in the opposite side of the room. I'm told that the main entrance is allocated as a fire escape for some of the other rooms and activities. So if we need to, we should stick to these two. Here, the toilets are, there is a accessible toilet just outside these double doors, but there are more toilets upstairs in the corresponding place on the next landing up. If you've got mobile phones or other communication devices with you, that's fine, but just make sure they're set to silent throughout. Before we start, are there any questions on any of the things that I've just run through?
Very, very small question. For the hearing sessions next week, 14th, 15th of March, I'm presuming that the hearing session will be on planning policy first, followed by the conditions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, yes. Okay. Any more questions?
One small question. You mentioned you were going to visit some of the area. Are you planning any accompanied visits, or are they all going to be unaccompanied?
I told you I'd forget. We expect them all to be unaccompanied, so all the places that we think it's essential for us to get to, we can get to those.
Okay. It's just relevant for the visual impact assessment that some of the viewpoints we suggested we don't think are adequately covered, but we'll cover that later.
Okay.
I think she's been to a few.
Yeah, well, and as I say, we are going to do more site visits. So if we hear, if we hear something today or over the course of the week that is something we think we need to go back and see, then we can certainly pick that up.
I've just got two preliminary matters, Madam, to do with documents. First off is CD 010.018, which is airspace change. There's been and about to be a change to that document. It's CAP 1616, which deals with airspace change published by the Civil Aviation Authority. And what's happened is there's a partial version that's been published in January and a further version of part of it published in this month dealing with trials. I was due to refer to it in examination of chief with Mr Van Hoestraten, but I will proceed to do so because it's not a point that really, it depends on it. It's an explanatory point that I'm getting out of it. But in terms of you having the best evidence, we will have to, I think, lodge the updated versions. If,
Can I just ask you for the reference number again, please?
It's CD 010.018. Or 10.18 as we might call it under traditional numbering. And basically what's happened is they've split it in two as part of a slight change in the nuance of it. But it's a CAA published document, but I think you should probably have the most up-to-date version, particularly in light of it may come up in that it was also lodged for the aviation session. So you should probably have the most up-to-date version. So we will take steps. We only found out last night this information. So therefore we will make sure electronic copies are passed. But for the purposes of today, we're not delving into the detail of the whole of CAP 1616. It's a particular concept. And then, having explained it, it will probably, the other documents that come in will probably make more sense, having seen the sort of various stages and different types of airspace change that can be done. That's all we're really taking the document for. So, as I say, that's number one. And I'm afraid it's just the nature of these documents as they keep changing. The second one is that in preparation for the inquiry and hearing next week, the Community Council lodged quite a lot of photographs, but they didn't have any images of turbines. What we have done is sought to try and replicate where turbines would be seen and provide the Community Council with a wireline. Those were provided at the, I think it was the end of last week. If that is useful to the Community Council on any of the points they want to make, obviously we would have no objection to them using any or all of them in terms of their submissions. It was just that we'd gone through that exercise of understanding what the photograph was of, would turbines potentially be visible, and what would they look like, and we thought it was stupid not to share that. So that's what we've done, and if it's of any help to the Community Council, we're delighted for them to use that material, but it's clearly entirely up to them as to whether they wish to do so. But if it did come in, I would have. So if some wirelines suddenly come in, we would have no objection to that. So it's just, as I say, it was trying to assist and helping to make, or if the Community Council wanted to make their points, and it's probably more relevant to next week when actually we'll be having the presentation, etc., with quite a lot of that material.
We might wish to refer to at least one of those. I received them yesterday, and certainly they could be useful, and I could upload the one or two that we do want to refer to today if we wanted to discuss that tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. So once you've had a look at them together and you know which ones you think are useful or you want to refer to, if you do upload those, just so we can see them before the session next week as well, that would be helpful. So just so I'm clear, these are wirelines that correspond with. There was a set of photographs of different views around Skipness that you and the countryside that you submitted. So they're the wirelines for those photographs. Okay, yeah, thank you.
I'd add that we weren't expecting to be provided with these wirelines, and I guess we appreciate being provided with them, but it does seem quite last minute. And provisionally to that, there were quite a few requests which weren't quite so forthcoming. So we accept that they're keen for us to have these wire lines, and we're reviewing them to see if they're of use to us.
Okay, thank you. And of course, we've got your photos as you submitted them yourselves as well. We've got that full set. So if that's all the questions for now, we can begin. So we'll begin today's inquiry session on landscape and visual impact. We were expecting that initially to use all of today's time and the rest of the week, but it sounds like we might finish earlier if we do get all through all of the work. We'll have to keep a track on time as we go. So on that note, I will invite you, Mr. Innes, to begin and introduce your first witness.
Thank you, Madam. And if I may start off with the document list. It's 010.005, or in old money 10.5, 010.033, 1033 if you've taken the zeros out, CD 010.018, 1018, and we'll also briefly look at CD 11.005, which is the aviation lighting inquiry report. That will be the last document we look at, and that's the order we'll look at them in. So if I'll give you a minute. The 010.018 takes a while, even in good Wi-Fi, to yes. 10.5, which is their navigation order. 05. Got that? No. 005, yeah. It's the air navigation order. Good morning, Mr. Van Hoos. Stratton, you've lodged as CD 005, CD 11.005, an aviation lighting report, and you've also prepared a precognition for the session, which is CD 011.017. And in your precognition, you advise that you're an air traffic control officer with over 35 years' experience and I'm the managing director of Stratton Consulting Services, a specialist aviation consultancy firm.
Good morning, that's correct.
Well, the first document we're going to look at is CD 010.005, which is the air navigation order. And what I'd ask you to look at is Article 222, please. And effectively, is this the requirement in relation to the lighting of obstacles above 150 metres?
Yes, that's correct. From the navigation order, lighting of en route obstacles. So the turbines at the Earraghail for the proposed development are classified as en route obstacles.
And that's a defined term under subparagraph 8, is that correct?
Subparagraph 8, correct. Yeah.
And the essentially 1 to 5 set out the rules that the CAA have imposed on that type of structure, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in general terms, that requires lighting of all these structures above 150 metres with appropriate lighting. Is that the...
That's correct.
And then we come
Just, sorry, for correction, for 150 metres and above.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so those are the general obligations, and then it's subparagraphs 6 and 7. There's a concept, firstly under subparagraph 6, called a permission may be granted for the purpose of this article, either in a particular case or classes of case generally. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it allows the CAA to assess on a case-by-case basis.
And subparagraph 7, what does that provide?
It provides the CAA permission or the opportunity to change the requirement depending on the environment or the case in point.
So let's take a less contentious example. If we just take the example of, on the premise of the rules 1 to 5, every single turbine has to be lit with a light, is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do we end up with permission being granted to not have all the turbines lit at a particular wind farm?
So there have been cases in the UK and Scotland where it has been more feasible to provide an alternate means of compliance or an acceptable means of compliance for lighting, where it's either reduced lighting in terms of the brightness of the light is less, or they do an alternate scheme where you can do perimeter lighting, where only the turbines on the perimeter of the scheme are lit. So those are examples where that is applied currently.
And in essence, it's the concept of permission.
Correct.
Now, you have explained in your practitioner, but as I understand it, in terms of a scheme where you have ADLS operating, a lighting detection system, effectively that would in part be seeking a permission under this article, is that correct?
That's correct.
That would deal with the fact that there wasn't lighting provided at certain points, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. But insofar as we're also having to have other aspects to an ADLS, i.e., that effectively there has to also be a requirement for aircraft to have a transponder aboard to be able to trigger the system.
Correct.
Is that covered here or is it covered elsewhere?
No, that's covered elsewhere, and that's covered in the CAP 1616
approach.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if we could perhaps, eventually that's a process whereby it becomes mandatory for planes when they enter a particular location to have a transponder.
Correct. If you look at the air navigation order, they talk about notifying, and the suppose we just got to reverse a bit, where you notify is through the aeronautical information publication, and in that aspect you declare a notified portion of airspace. So that would be in CD 010.033, where there's examples of transponder mandatory zones that have been established.
And I think it might be helpful just to look at that, just to show what that looks like, because it helps to sort of illustrate the point. So if we go to that document, which is 010.033,
it's in Chapter 4, Section 4.
But if we look at the document, what is this document, first of all? So if you just explain its provenance.
Yeah, the aeronautical information publication is detailed documentation outlaying, it covers 3 sections: general, which is the state obligations to aviation, airports, airlines, and airspace and air navigation service providers. Then you've got section 2, which is the en route environment, where it provides details of the en route airspace, and then the 3rd section is under aerodromes, and there's a comprehensive list of all licensed aerodromes in the UK, including heliports. So, being en route obstacles, this will fall into section 2 of the ARP, which is the en route section, designated as an ENR. So this is ENR 2.2 that we're looking at.
Okay, let's just get the page so that we're all on the same page. And what would be really helpful is once we get to the page, if you could explain the acronyms on the page so that we're all sort of understanding the document. Because you'll appreciate, you understand this, yes, but none of us do. So correct, that if you could assume very limited knowledge, okay, and assume that you're speaking to people that do not fly and have not got the expertise. If we assume that, and you can take it from there. So okay, I think it's if there's a numbering on the top left of the page, ENR, and then it goes 2.2 or various parts, and we're in 2.246. Is that right?
That's correct. And electronic page 46, okay, if that helps.
So we're in the AIP is the concept documents, the air.
Yeah, the aeronautical information publication.
So that's AIP on the top right. That's telling you what this is.
Yeah.
And then the left's telling you ENR.
Yeah, and it gets updated. The ARP gets updated every 28 days. It's what's known as an Earraghail cycle. And it's an international cycle whereby all aeronautical information publications are updated simultaneously, so that aircraft flying between time zones and countries have the latest information that's uploaded in their flight management system. So that's the backbone of this document. So you'll see a date at the top is the 10th of August 2023 of this, but there's been no change to the specific section when this was lodged. So there is a newer update. It's just not relevant. There's been no change to the section.
So it's basically the rule book, is it?
Yeah, it's the rule book.
Yeah.
It contains everything. So in terms of extracts out of the air navigation order, a lot of the information is then duplicated and translated, so to speak, into aviation speak.
And so on that page, do we see underneath there a heading, en route transponder mandatory zones?
That's correct.
Yeah. And is that sort of entry in the ARP you would need to implement an ADLS?
Correct. So yes, and you'll see some examples of wind farms already there. In England is Burbo Bank, and further down there's a couple more. In the Scottish environment, there's Moray Firth, that's on electronic page 48. I'll refer to it as NNG because I
Not Aguirre, isn't it? But, well,
Yeah, that's provided there. Then there's the Sea Green TMZ transponder mandatory zone that's listed as well.
yeah. So just looking at that, Murray East is, Murray is the offshore wind farms up in the Murray Firth.
Correct.
Nartgoat is a wind farm off Firth of Forth.
Yeah.
And slightly further north off Angus, which we've got the currently being constructed Sea Green.
Yes.
So,
in terms of the table, you've got the designation and lateral limits and coordinates provided. So it provides a shape around the wind farm. And then vertical limits, it'll always be from surface, so FSC, and then a line, and then flight level 100 is the equivalent of 10,000 feet altitude. There's just a pressure variation that occurs around about 6,000 feet, so that you standardize the pressurization above that for aircraft. And then they refer to class E and G below in the vertical limits and classifications. That's just the classification of airspace. And the classifications of airspace go all the way from A to G or to H. And it just defines the activity that the aircraft can undertake in that airspace in terms of carriage of equipment, whether it's radio, transponders, and the relationship, if I can call it, with air traffic control, whether they need to contact air traffic control or not. And then, of course, the controlling authority. And the controlling authority is just who does one speak to if you want to enter that area, if you need to enter that area. And if you can't meet the requirements, then you contact the controlling authority to perhaps get a dispensation or alternative.
And just because these are for air traffic control reasons rather than aviation lighting reasons. These are examples of aviation lighting. We're not making that claim, but they're examples of that second part of the limb that would be required for the implementation of an ADLS.
Yes.
Now, probably if we could then go to CDE 010.18, which is the airspace change, and this is the document that's going to be updated and split. But what I really want to do is just get some general concepts from you about the approaches to how essentially we move from a concept through to ending up in the rule book.
Okay.
That's the way to describe.
Yes, it is. So the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, which is a UN body that provides the standards and recommended practices for civil aviation, they obviously define a process by which you undertake an airspace change. The UK has stipulated that process through CAP 1616, which is the airspace change process. And if you go to page 15, it's electronic and normal page, if you've got the paper version 15.
Well, if you just pause there so
yes.
we can get to 15, or otherwise we'll be desperately trying to catch up. So
that's page 15.
Correct. Okay. And under paragraph 44, there's change in the notified airspace design. So the Secretary of State has given the CAA the decision-making role in respect of the three categories of change in airspace design, and these are the permanent change to a published notified airspace, notified being it goes into the aeronautical information publication, and in the case of a TMZ, that would be a permanent change. Then there's also a temporary change to a published notified airspace, and that is normally for an airspace for the duration or maximum of 90 days, and that normally occurs when buildings erect cranes, and the crane will then be notified through a process, but the crane would have to come down after 90 days, or for airspaces, an air show. If there was an air show and the red arrows were performing, then you would have a temporary change to airspace to permit that activity. And then lastly is an airspace trial, which is really self-explanatory, where it may or may not lead to a permanent change, or just a trial to demonstrate a future requirement.
And just be clear that the concept of the airspace, notified airspace design, as you said, is this is effectively the rules as they apply.
Correct.
And then this is saying, how do I change the rules?
Yes.
And that's a process which is, as we see, is managed by the CAA. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And they are, on occasion, directed by government through directions. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So quite often what you'll see is direction from government, a response from CAA, how they're going to implement it.
Correct.
And we then get all these documents being updated again to reflect the potential change that's being asked for by government in the way or the approaches.
That's correct.
But ultimately, having a body with CAA with statutory responsibilities being in control of the process.
That's correct, yes.
And just by reference to this, it would be helpful to understand in terms of effectively what Scottish Power are up to. What are they currently doing in relation to these matters relating to the ongoing trial of ADLS?
Okay, so they've applied, or they're in the process of applying for a trial to demonstrate ADLS being utilised in the UK. The trial, there's two phases to it. The first phase is applying for the TMZ, and then the second phase is actually then running the trial over an extended period using comparative data. At the moment, it is expected to commence this, well, the submission to the CAA is commencing this month. We're just waiting for, I say we at Scottish Power, just waiting for agreement with National Air Traffic Services, NATS, who are the provision. They provide radar data, and it's just getting the radar data to make a comparison against the trial data when it comes out, so there's something to measure against a base. Now, the data from NATS is important because that's the primary radar, i.e. if aircraft are not transponding, we can pick those up versus those that are transponding through the period of the trial. So that's, once we've got that information in place, the submission goes into the CAA and the trial is expected to commence in May of this year.
I think, as you said, the actual equipment. As you said on your recognition, in terms of the ADLS equipment, it's been fitted to the relevant wind farm. Is that correct?
Yes, it's to the trial wind farm. I think it's called Earraghail.
Yep.
And the equipment is already installed and ready to go. It's standard equipment. It's off-the-shelf equipment. There's nothing that's needed to be modified, and it's a system that's already been utilised in Europe.
So the bit, just understanding the bit where the trial is, so that bit's been fitted, and essentially the next bit of the trial is to have a temporary TMZ applied to the area. Is that correct?
Correct. And then when aircraft, and it'll be over an extended period, 24 hours a day, it's more about collecting data, how many aircraft will actually enter the zone, and then we could determine how many times at night that area would be activated as well.
And in terms of, so the process at the current time is it's this NATS data is required to enable the second part, which is to get that. You need that for the trial, for the transponder to make it. So that's to make the application to the CAA formally for that.
Correct.
Yeah. In terms of a process, has there been engagement with the CAA in the run-up to this whole process?
Absolutely. Now, the airspace change process, the very first step that you undertake is an assessment. You put together an assessment requirement and you have an assessment meeting with the CAA. The CAA at that point determine whether it can go ahead or not. So they'll look at their legal obligation and their whether they can permit it. and B, whether it falls within the wider scope of what the future airspace modernisation strategy is in terms of the technology, the application of technology, and the use of the airspace. So at that, it's almost a go, no-go sort of meeting where the CAA, if they agree to the process then going forward, the chances are that you meet all the criteria for this to then meet its desired end state. If there was something that was not right, they didn't have the opportunity, they couldn't approve such a scheme, they would end it right there and draw a line under it.
And what was the result of the meeting?
The CAA accepted the application, and they've accepted the trial to go ahead. This has been a long ongoing, not a long ongoing process, but certainly previously I co-authored a paper on aircraft detection lighting system and the various alternatives that could be done. That was submitted to the CAA probably about 2 to 3 years ago. They accepted that. We also submitted airspace changes. The first is the temporary and the permanent that's running in parallel. That assessment meeting has also taken place in the CAA.
05 en route detection.
38.
39.
Oh, sorry, 39.
So it's the second sentence. CAA is preparing a new policy statement to en route avian detection system and will be consulting AWG on its draft terms.
That is, yeah.
Thank you, Madam. That concludes examination, Chief.
Very much. So I will pass over.
The TMZ. The process has been simplified with an update which was earlier mentioned in CAP 1616, because the area in question, one of the key concerns for the Civil Aviation Authority is what is the effect of aircraft routing as a result of an airspace change, because it comes down to noise and emissions, which is one of their primary concerns. So one of the things that the TMZ will not impact is aircraft routing or rerouting as a result of implementation. They will accept ADLS as a concept moving forward and on a case-by-case basis moving forward on that. And you're quite right. The CAA of the opinion that the first option is to light the obstacles as per the ANO guidance, that you light each turbine to 2,000 candela. That is the preferred option from the aviation perspective. That said, there are cases that
So the next part of the process is a trial due to commence potentially May this year, depending on when the final sign-off to the transponder zones agreed, yes? So the trial lasts 6 months, you said.
Yes, that's correct.
And then after that, there'll be a period in which the data was analysed, and from that, a submission could be made to the CAA to effectively demonstrate that it had worked, and that effectively you'd be looking to get sign-off on the concept of ADLS as a reduced lighting in terms of specific schemes.
Correct.
And in terms of the timing, would the first thing to be done is to go to the CAA and say, we've got this technology, we've tested it, we've proven it. In terms of Article 222, given that situation, would you be prepared to dispense with the lighting requirements because we've got this technology? So that would be the...
That's the expectation, yes. The regulatory framework, I think the summary of that, the regulatory framework is in place for the CAA to make a decision.
Yeah. So, as we set off in the examination in chief, that was the first part of a two-stage process. So, having got that agreement in principle that the ADLS would be acceptable, would there also not then need to also be a formal application for a permanent TMZ?
That's correct. So that process has already started, and that'll be slightly longer to achieve. That said, the CAP 1616 has been amended slightly because the CAA has identified space change over London, Heathrow and the Eck about 2 years to get through. We expect that to take significantly quicker now, probably 1.5 years, and we could get approval for the airspace change.
Yeah, that was the important point I want to make that I thought perhaps been missed, is this a two-stage process.
Yes, correct.
And that second stage of the process is the one about the TMZ.
Yeah.
And that's the bit that is taken through the processes of the CAP that we've referred to, that just been revised, as it were.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you very much. So that's why I re-examined on that basis, to make it clearer for you.
Yeah, it's particularly, I didn't want to go away thinking that it was the 12-month period we've been talking about meant everything was done.
Yeah.
That's a 12-month for the reporting on getting CEA signed off on the results of the trial, calendar date, if you like, when you would be able to have either a development of Earraghail starting, knowing definitely you were going to have the ADLS operable by the time it was up, or when you would have, the TMZ approved. Is there a specific date you can sort of forecast for that?
I wouldn't say a specific date. Let's call it a specific time period. Generally speaking, at an airspace change for a TMZ year in November. So I would safely say that the end of 2025. Mm-hmm. We should have the airspace change proposal accepted and the ADLS squared away as well. So those are the two elements. The ADLS will take by these changes. They're fairly procedural, if I can call it that. We're not inventing anything new, and we're not changing the flight paths of aircraft, which is quite significant. Once you change a flight path of an aircraft, that's where it starts taking a bit of time.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we can restart, and as I said, we'll be recording and uploading it later now rather than broadcasting live. So do you want to start? So you were saying, and I think I did cut you off almost mid-sentence, you were talking about, as all developments of this type, you can't eliminate fully the landscape and visual impacts, and you were beginning to start about those that remain. So do you want to start there? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, so again, having a look at the ZTV, those impacts that do remain, I feel, are localised on account of the screening afforded by both landform and tree cover. So areas to the north and the west are predominantly screened, with no impacts here in Tarbert, and only limited impacts on Westlock, Tarbert or Gia, and much of the Kintyre Peninsula. and again, limited impacts in Upper Loch Fyne or even the Kyles of Bute. So by keeping the development on the southern part of the Kintyre headland, it's meant that impacts to the north and west were mitigated to a large extent. So there would be visibility to the east and the south, and the visibility certainly within water-based areas of Outer Loch Fyne into the Sound of Bute and down Kilbrannan Sound. And again, acknowledge some significant effects there. To the east, however, when visibility does occur on land, it occurs in a heavily wooded landscape of South Cowal. Whereas in Arran, a more open landscape, the landform is dramatic and also leads to notable screening within North Arran. But as I said, within the Outer Loch Fyne, North Kilbrannan Sound area of the Firth of Clyde, there would be open views of the proposed development, and as is indicated on the ZTVs, and given that this area is seascape, there'd be little screening to limit views. For the most part, the significant effects are contained within a 10 to 13 kilometres from the proposed turbines to the east and south, which is, as I might expect, for a proposal of this scale.
The nature and extent of effects, which effectively you have identified where those largely occur. As you noted, just going back to the design approach, insofar as there was a choice of selection where to select the turbines within the site, are you saying that there was the deliberate, on your advice, the locations were taken? Is that correct?
Yes, we established those design principles at an early stage, and certainly like setback from the coast remaining to the west of the break of slope, particularly at the northern end of the Kintyre Peninsula, sort of mitigated impacts on certainly to the east at South Cowal, and again keeping a good distance and setback from Skipness, mitigated impacts on the settlement.
And in terms, for example, in views from South Cowal, are you seeing the turbines behind landform?
Yes. So in all those cases, the turbines are all set behind. You're not seeing the bases, or the turbines aren't appearing to come down the coast.
Obviously, one of the issues here that canvassed in the evidence is quite heavily is we're talking about views. And in this particular case, we often have views to and views from. And just want to get your opinion on whether the value of views and their relative position, please.
Yes, I think that is one of the key things in this area. I think there are both views to and from Kintyre and South Cowal, Bute, Arran, and in some cases from elevated locations over to Jura, and certainly and to North Ayrshire. And I think it's fair to say that the scenic qualities of all of these views varies quite a lot, from undesignated landscapes to regionally designated landscapes and nationally designated landscapes. And this pattern of designated landscapes, it corresponds with the landscapes valued for their views. So whilst all of the views contribute to the whole, views to some of the landscapes are much more valued than others and tend to be protected by designations. So, for instance, views to the North Ayrshire coast are widely available, but not always as valued as views to Arran or Jura, both of which are NSAs. So for the most part, this is due to the drama and the distinctive landform or skylines that these more dramatic landscapes create. They tend to draw the eye, hold your attention, and are part of the sort of drama of the scenery that's available. But, I mean, to be fair, the composition from all of the various locks and inlets and varied coastal elements also adds to the scenic quality of the sort of wider...
Can I just interrupt? This is going on a bit much, Mr. Innes. It's going a bit further, I think, than evidence in chief.
Apologies.
Really, if you wanted to say all this, it shouldn't have been in your recognition.
To a matter of criticism, which I'll proceed on to. In terms of the recognition of Nature Scott, there's a suggestion that in carrying out your assessment of the National Scenic Area, that you failed to place appropriate weight on the perceptual qualities. And I just want to understand your position of the way in which you carried out the assessment in the National Scenic Area.
Yes, we very much carried out an assessment of the perceptual qualities of the National Scenic Area. Given that the proposed development isn't in the actual National Scenic Area, then the impacts are predominantly as a result of the impact on the perceptual qualities. So we have identified some adverse impacts, and that is predominantly on those perceptual qualities.
So in terms of if there were criticism that you'd failed to have regard to perceptual qualities, is that fair?
No, I don't believe that is.
And in terms of carrying out an assessment on special qualities, what, in your opinion, is the key in terms of understanding that assessment?
So I believe, and that's the way that we've carried it out, is by looking at the 2010 document that Nature Scott have produced, where it sets out the special landscape qualities of all of the NSAs. And that's been the starting point of our assessment, where we have looked at those special qualities, where the information there provides a description of the special qualities which make up the NSA, but also provides further underlying information, further underlying description of those special qualities, and then further information about those special qualities. And that's pretty much been my starting point for our assessment of impacts on the special qualities. I think that's quite a useful document. It's very succinct, and I think it very much describes, certainly in the North Arran case, North Arran very well.
Thank you. That concludes examination, Chief.
Okay, thank you. So I'll pass over again to Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Anderson. First, Miss Anderson, I've got, I actually circulated a list of the core documents I'll be referring to this morning, and I think you might not have had a chance to have a look at that. I'm not at all surprised to hear that. Would it be helpful if I simply read them out now? I think that might save time. I'll do that. I'll just read the email that I sent. Now, I did it quite hurriedly, so they're not in numerical order, but they're roughly in the order in which I will be referring to them. So they are as follows. Obviously, first one is, and I'm going to do it shorthand as well, CD 11.1, that is obviously the inquiry report for Ms. Kelly Anderson. 11.02, 11.03, that's the addenda to her report. 11.06, 108, 146, 843, 11006, 919, and 934. Those are volumes 1 and 2 of LWEX. 142, 1 1.123, 1.123, 1102, 1103, 1106, 822, 1.149 and 1.150. Was that slow enough? Were you able to catch it? Thank you. So that'll save some time. So to go back then, I'll be looking at that and the actual EIA report as well, which you produced, and as you've indicated, you have gone back and you've go some way back with this particular proposal is 1008. I'll be looking at that to start with, along with your report, and obviously I'll be referring to your inquiry report 1101 as we go through. Now, and I will be comparing and contrasting that with the inquiry report submitted on behalf of the council, which is 1106. So if I could start by looking at your inquiry report at paragraph 6.1.1. And this is something that you touched on in your evidence in chief a short while ago. And this is under the heading of context, under citing and design. And there you set the context for the development. Are you with me? You're along with that. Thank you. And at that particular one where you're setting the context, we can see 4 lines down from the bottom of that last paragraph at that particular place at page 13 that you make reference there to the headland. You use the word headland, and I just want to emphasize that just now because I'm going to come back to it. And you also mention, as you did indeed in the course of your evidence in chief, to the presence of commercial forestry as well and other vegetation cover. So if I could go to, with that context being set in terms of your inquiry report, if I could then go to the LVIA, which is 1008, it's volume 2 of the EIA, Landscape and Visual Assessment, chapter 7. And I'd like you to go, first of all, to paragraph 187, which is to be found at electronic page 38 of 68.
Sorry, is this of the main EIA?
Yes.
Not of the LVIA, but of the main.
It's the LVIA within the EIA. So it's chapter 7, which is the LVIA. So that's core production 1.8.
And that was paragraph 187?
Yes, please. You've got the hard copy there, so if I could assist you with page number.
I've got it, yeah.
You've got it. Okay, thank you. Now, at 187, you say, as illustrated in viewpoint 9, the proposed development would be sited at the northern end of the Kintyre Peninsula, which forms a prominent landmass and is central to the seaward views and the coast from Lochranza. And you then go on to discuss the magnitude of effect result in a major moderate effect, which would be significant according to your own methodology. So I'm simply going to that because you yourself are recognizing the prominent land mass. I would then like to underscore that. I would then like to underscore that by going to another production, which is CD 1046, which is an overall cumulative view of the northern end of the peninsula. That is figure 7.5. cumulative location plan. There's another fuller one, but this one is fine for my purposes. 146. I see you've got the hard copy of that. I think that's what we used to do, but I tried to move away from that because it is quite cumbersome, especially in limited space, but you have that. So just by way of illustration and underscoring that point in your own LVIA, looking then at that cumulative diagram, if I could just use some kind of everyday description, it seems that we could perhaps agree that we can see the location of Earraghail there, just below. The turbines are depicted there just below the viewpoint 1, which is also marked in that cumulative plan. And we can see there that the headland, which you've referred to, and the prominent landmass that we're talking about, we can see that there. And effectively, if I could just use common parlance, we're looking at something like an elbow, aren't we, of that particular kind of crook of that particular part of the Kintyre. You don't like the word elbow. I see you're looking askance. It reminds me of an elbow if you were doing that, and it's the bit that juts out as you're looking out there.
Do you mean Skipness Point?
Just that overall landmass where the wind farm is located. But yes, in that particular, at that point there.
Well, it's located at the head of the Kintyre Peninsula.
Yeah. And we can see there that is therefore quite a prominent place. And I think also then, because of its location, we can then agree that it's at a confluence of 3 different bodies of water. So we have the Kilbrannan Sound to the to the east side of the peninsula. Then we have the Loch Fyne going further to the north, and we have the Sound of Bute further to the south. So we have the confluence of those 3 different bodies of water right there in the middle of all of that. And particularly then it's located, or the proposal is located at the entrance to Loch Fyne, which, can we agree that that's a sensitive seascape?
So we've set the proposal back from the coastal edge. So that was definitely one of the things that we did when we designed, was to make sure that it was set back from the coast and again north of Skipness, so that it's on the southern part of the headland, or the head of the Kintyre, but it's still into it, sort of to the west a bit, set back from the coastline itself, or from certainly the steep edge.
Well, I think we can see quite plainly from the plan where it is, so that's not really what I'm driving at. What I'm driving at is, given its location, it is in a fairly sensitive point. Is it not?
Not as sensitive as, say, the location of Arran.
But it seems to be accepted within the LVIA that's been produced by you first off, prior to your evidence for this inquiry, that this headland is prominent. Would that be fair to say? Can we agree on that?
Certainly from low down. So for some of the coastal viewpoints, whether you're at 7 or at, as you say, at 8, you do notice it as a headland. But as soon as you become elevated, it's not particularly prominent. So it really does depend on the context.
Yes. So we have a fairly bold statement that it forms a prominent landmass in the LVIA, but you'd like to finesse that for the purpose of this inquiry. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. It is still a headland, and it is sort of it's particularly from that northern end of Arran. It is clearly noticeable, and there is that relationship, that visual relationship across the Kilbrannan Sound. Again, as noted in parts of South Cowal, again, that relationship across the loch.
Okay. But you seem to be reluctant now to use the word prominent. Are you happy to describe that as being a prominent headland?
It's certainly a headland, and yes, there's certainly a degree of prominence.
Thank you. Now, moving on to another topic, I'd like to move on, having just established that by way of context. I'd like to go to the question of LWEX, or ABLWEX as you call it. I call it LWEX, but we all know what we're talking about. And the particular chapter dealing with that is the chapter 7 of your inquiry report. Page 16, if we're looking at the hard copy, as I am, that's your production CD 11.1, and I'm at paragraph 7.1.7 of that. And at 7.1.7, you say, the LWEX and the advice within has been directly referred to in the Council's reasons for objection. The advice from the Council's landscape architect and Nature Scott's consultation response. However, there is no recognition of its limitations. Do you see where you've written that?
Yep. Yes.
I'd like you to look, please, at paragraph 3.2 of core document 11.6. Which is Carol Anderson's inquiry report. In response to that particular comment. Now, if we go to that and look at paragraph 3.2, Miss Anderson, the other Miss Anderson states, new guidance on assessing landscape sensitivity was issued by Nature Scott in 2022. Follows English guidance. Both sets of guidance advocate changing the name of landscape capacity studies to landscape sensitivity studies. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it then goes on to say, Nature Scott advised that existing landscape capacity studies provide useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning. The new sensitivity assessment guidance correlates with the approach to assessing sensitivity set out in GLVIA 3, whereby the value associated with landscapes needs to be considered together with the susceptibility of a landscape to a given development or land use change in making judgments on sensitivity. Now, I take it you can agree with all of that.
Yes.
So we can also then agree that cognizance has been taken of the recent Nature Scott guidance of 2022, its place within GLVI 3, the guidelines, and we can also agree that the LWEX is now properly termed a landscape sensitivity study, whereby the value associated with landscapes needs to be considered together with the susceptibility of a landscape to a given development or land use change in making judgments on sensitivity. We can agree with all of that then. I think you already have.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And indeed, this is a matter that you're familiar, obviously, with the Statement of Agreed Matters. I presume you had input with that. And the position of LWEX providing strategic guidance is accepted as part of the Statement of Agreed Matters. You're aware of that, I presume?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if we then turn to going back to your inquiry report, and I'm now going to be at paragraph 7.1.8, still at page 16. And at 7.1.8, you say, in my opinion, the Council and Nature Scott, well, I'm not going to obviously take up anything about Nature Scott, so whenever it comes in part of a sentence, I'm clearly only going to be referring to the Council, have not given enough consideration to the site-specific analysis within the LVIA regarding the actual impacts and the extent of compatibility with the guidance. Now, given that this is the heading dealing with LWEX, that's the guidance you're referring to. And you're discussing the compatibility of this proposal with LWEX, and we're concerned with the landscape character type 6, which is the upland forest moor mosaic. That's all correct, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, you've made specific reference there to compliance with the guidance on development set out in 4.10.6 of LWEX. And then you, over the page, you then have some bullet points where you say that there is compliance. So can we go to that part of LWEX, please, and turn that up? That's to be found at core document 919. Volume 1, and that particular paragraph is 4.10.6. I'll just see if I can find that. Yeah, it's at 74 of 255, page 74 electronically, if that's what we're going from. Page 48 of the document itself internally. So what I'm going to be doing now is just exploring with you the extent to which your assertion of compatibility with the guidance is borne out by what the guidance actually says. Okay. And the statement immediately starting at 4.10.6 says, and the bold is in the original, there is very limited scope for the very large typology turbines greater than 130 metres to be accommodated. The narrow extent of this peninsula and its relatively low relief, especially in the northern part of this LCT, inhibits opportunities for turbines greater than 150 metres high. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this proposal is in the northern part of this LCT. Is that also correct?
Yes, it is.
So this is a directly relevant statement for what we're concerned with in terms of this development, isn't it?
Well, apart from this, seems to deal with the capacity aspects of the study rather than necessarily its relative sensitivity.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've been through all of that, and that's why I was careful to lay the ground with you. So we're not looking at this anymore in light of recent guidance and as accepted in the inquiry report by Carol Anderson, that we're not dealing with capacity anymore, and that this is still nonetheless relevant guidance when we're looking at sensitivity. So I thought we'd established all of that.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Good, good. Okay. Well, with that in mind, then the question was, in terms of what is then being described here, in terms of heights and location, this is all relevant to what we're discussing here, isn't it?
Well, other than that, does relate more to capacity than it does to the relative sensitivity of the area.
All right. I'll try this a different way then. I don't want to go around in circles with you. In terms of heights that we're dealing with, and in terms of location, what is being stated here is relevant to what we're talking about.
Again, I think those are really relative to capacity.
Okay. But if then, just to try and resolve this particular issue that we seem to have all of a sudden, is that when we're dealing with capacity, and if there is a statement that there is no capacity, we can now read that, so we can interpolate that in light of what has now been accepted, that this is a location with greater susceptibility to change and one that is more sensitive as a landscape, Would that be a fair way of reading across now in light of recent guidance?
Yes, this is a more sensitive part,
Good.
which I have recognised in the EIA.
Good, thank you. We've got there, thank you. So, so when we read paragraph 7.1.8 of your inquiry report, and when you say within that, by specific reference to this paragraph, that the development has complied with guidance in the LWEX, what you really mean is that it's complied with guidance in the LWEX, in your opinion, if we first of all ignore the first two sentences in that paragraph. Is that correct?
So I'm using the LWEX as a relative sensitivity study rather than necessarily a description of the capacity that's available. So as you can see, what I've set out in my inquiry report as well as in the EIA is looking at using the baseline information and the sensitivities that have been described in the LWEX and how we have used and developed the design to adhere to those as far as we possibly can. Again, using that background and it as a relative sensitivity and not necessarily getting hung up on the capacity elements of it.
Well, yes, I'm really trying not to get hung up on the capacity point. Tried a couple of times now. But essentially, in terms of the proscription, that is the sentiment that is expressed there in that, it's not a sentiment, the actual statement of opinion that we have there in those first two sentences, those essentially require to be disregarded, don't they? If you really then want to go on to state that the proposal in its approach complies with paragraph 410.6. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I quite follow you, but yeah.
Well, it seems I think it's a fairly straightforward question. That what we have there is a statement of restriction, a statement of obstacle, if you like, with regard to turbines of this particular height being discussed at this location in the northern part of this LCT. And if you are trying to say to this inquiry that this proposal complies with this part of this guidance, you'd essentially have to ignore the first two sentences of this paragraph. It's a simple proposition, is it not?
Yes.
And if that's the case, then, isn't it?
Yes.
You do need to ignore them. Thank you. Now, so then at 7.1.8, then say you refer to, again, going back to 7.1.8 of your inquiry report, specific analysis within the LVI regarding actual impacts. And I'm just wondering what it is you mean by actual impacts. And just to enlarge on that question, when you use the term actual impacts, are you, by implication, stating that the Council's view is based upon theoretical impacts or abstract notions of impacts?
No, it was more relative to a sort of notional. So in the relative sensitivity study, it talks about potential impacts. It's not dealing with a specific development, which is absolutely normal. And the LVIA actually looks at the actual impacts of the proposed development rather than just potential impacts. So not necessarily against what the council, but more about relative to the LWEX and the fact that there was no particular development assessed in the LWEX as you'd expect.
Yeah, thank you. But if we could then consider how you've approached matters in terms of the sensitivity of the landscape that we're talking about now, if we could remind ourselves of what has been stated in the LVIA, going back to volume, to core production 1.8. We've got a table 7.7 within that, which is core document 1.8. think I have a note to myself. It's at page 19 electronically. I'll just see if I've got that. Yeah, the table 7.7 is at page, up the electronic page 23 of 68. Again, just to set the context of your own evidence. So we've got that at table 7.7, review of design against LWEX. Got there it runs, table 7 runs over from page 23 to 24 of the chapter 7 of the EIA. And you compare and contrast in that. And then also the matter is then considered at section 6.2 of your inquiry report, where we were to start with, we've got the question of design. 6.2 runs from 621 to 629, the two prior pages for the section we're looking at. So in terms of then you're carrying out that comparative exercise and your own view with regard to the specific proposal as against to the strategic guidance provided by LWEX, is it your evidence then that the inquiry should take your assessments of impacts in table 7.7 and at section 6.2 of your inquiry report as being the only accurate assessment of landscape and visual effects that are associated with this development?
No, I'm not seeking that at all.
Right.
I mean, I think actually the areas of agreement between myself and Carol Anderson at the council they're not great. The differences are relatively small.
Well, I'm glad you said that just now, because I wanted to make this point to you as well, because as you'll have been aware, the council and Carol Anderson have carefully evaluated this proposal in relation to other wind farms, whether existing or proposed, and their view is not as close, I think, as being made out by the applicant in this case, and their view is that the landscape and visual effects will be widespread and severe. So really, I think we are quite far apart, I think.
I think it's really just with regard to the resulting conclusions. So in terms of which impacts are significant, we're not so far away from each other.
I mean, just to put it in a nutshell now, before we move on, the point is I was going through with you the prominent location at the headland and the fact that where it is in the northern part of the peninsula, and of course the height of the turbines in a seascape which is used for water-based recreational activities and of course transport across the waters. This is because of all of those elements. This is a development which will have substantial and severe adverse visual impacts.
I have identified significant impacts on recreational receptors and sort of local landscape impacts within a sort of 10 to 13 kilometre radius. So I'm not disagreeing with regard to the extent of significant impacts. But in my experience, that's not unusual for a development of this scale in Scotland.
Thank you. Now, I think what I often find now, and since the advent of NPF4, is that because of the terms of Policy 11, is that landscape evidence also fits within that, or rather addresses that, which never used to be the case. But I think we then have now a new emphasis on certain points that are used within that. So With that in mind, I'm just going to ask one or two other questions with regard to the effect on the landscape. And
Can I just ask before you do, if there's a few more questions to come on this, because it's coming up to 12 and we don't want to miss lunch.
Okay.
Is that a good place maybe to stop?
It is absolutely fine. Thank you very
so
much.
I'll pause for now so you can go for lunch and we'll resume at 1:25.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Well done, we're all back on time. I'm just going to pass back to Mr. O'Carroll to resume his cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Ms. Anderson, just before we broke for lunch, I was about to discuss changes in the landscape in terms of, against the background of policy, which we all know, and of course we'll deal with in far greater detail later, but not today. Now, since LWEX was produced in 2017, that's the most recent version, we've had the wind farm development of Eastgart, Clackay Glen, Ben and Turk, 3, High Constellation wind farms have all been either consented or built on the Kintyre Peninsula. So to the extent that they've been built, that we can agree then that the landscape has changed as a result of those. You're looking quizzical again. Have I missed out one? No, okay. It's a point of principle I just wanted to ask. So I'm just trying to discuss with you how landscape changes occurs, or where landscape, or to what extent this landscape has changed in Kintyre. I've named the particular developments that have been produced since LWEX was last itself published. And can we agree that those wind farm developments, insofar as they've been completed and are operational, will have affected the landscape?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And what you, in terms of our previous discussion earlier today, we were talking about actual impacts, and you pointed out that you're dealing with actual impacts with a particular proposal rather than considered with a strategic point of view. But if we could then go back to the point of principle with regard to assessment of the landscape and its sensitivity and the effect of certain developments upon it, or the likely effect on those upon it. Now, we then still have the terms of LWEX, and we're just going to go through that in some more detail. But in the meantime, we've had those developments. Apart from those developments that I've discussed with you, can we agree that the landscape, the Kintyre landscape that we're dealing with that's covered by LWEX, the landscape itself, apart from that, new developments, has not changed? Can we agree that?
The baseline.
Yeah.
The baseline landscape.
Essentially, that's it. Baseline plus developments, yeah.
Yeah.
So the blunt point I'm trying to make is the landscape itself has not changed.
Not hugely. There have been a few changes.
Yeah.
The overhead line's gone through. The overhead line's gone through.
Yeah.
It was under development for a long time, but that's now been implemented. But
right. With that understood,
yeah,
then,
yeah.
with those caveats, we understand the landscape has not changed. So I think we can also then agree that changes in planning and changes in planning and energy policy do not in themselves change the landscape. So we can agree that as well, can't we?
The policy is not the landscape. No.
So if you have a statement that is by way of policy that relates to the landscape, no statement of government policy can change the fact of the landscape and how it is, can it?
No.
No. Thank you. So if I could then go back to 7.1.8, because I only went part of the way through it before lunch, and I was asking you about the extent of compatibility, and we discussed the first two sentences of 410.6 of LWEX, and then we discussed that. And we discussed that we agreed that you'd have to disregard those two sentences if you wanted to impress upon the reporters the extent to which this proposal is compliant with the guidance in that document. Now, having then moved on from that, essentially then I suppose what you're saying is I think your position is you would like the reporters to consider the extent to which this proposal is in compliance with LWEX, rather than pointing out the aspects of it which are at variance or contrary to the guidance in LWEX. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I've gone through all of the elements in Table 7.7 in the ES. So we've gone through those elements. And I've identified where, in some cases, there are impacts that are not significant, and we've managed to mitigate those. And in others, then we've been unable to fully mitigate all of the impacts, which is not uncommon for onshore renewable energy.
And I think that's the answer you want to give, but the question was one, again, of basic principle, and that is that can we say that in terms of your approach, I think you'd prefer to impress on the reporters the extent of compliance rather than the extent of variance with the guidance?
I don't think I've been overly biased in drawing that out. I think I've been reasonable in what we've stated. I don't think I've been overly biased.
I didn't use the word bias.
Okay, that's fine.
But I hear your answer. Now, then we look at these specific examples. Then I'm just going to take two of them. So that takes us over the page at 17. Your bullet points again under that same paragraph. I've got the hard copy in front of me. Page 17 is the.
So could you just remind us which document?
Sure, that's 1110. That's the inquiry report. And I'm also going to now be going back to the LVIA as well. So I'm going to do that in a moment. So if we look at the third bullet point at page 17 of your inquiry report, and it then in terms of stressing the compatibility with the guidance, you've stated that intervisibility with the coastline between Skipness and Tarbert would be limited by steepness of topography, woodland and setback from the coastline. So much you've told us already in evidence in chief. And in views of the coastline from Outer Loch Fyne and Ardlamont Peninsula, the turbines would be perceived within areas of commercial forestry, well separated from the coastline itself, which would limit impacts. So again, you again have stressed the presence of commercial forestry here in that paragraph as well. That's what you have done. Yes, you have.
Yes, I have still.
So if we could then compare and contrast, if that's possible, the statement with what's stated in your LVIA at paragraphs 182 to 183, which is back to the original document I asked you to look at the start of your notes. And that is found page 37 of 68. Those paragraphs are electronically at 37 of 68.
Sorry, what was the paragraph number?
It is, the paragraphs are 182, 183. And 182 and 183 are under the general heading above, off that page, but the general heading is visual effects. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, visual effects of water-based use.
Yeah. And then looking at 182. Views from Outer Loch Fyne between Ardlamont Point and the Kintyre Peninsula would be similar to the Port of Addy Tarbert ferry and Lochranza Tarbert route illustrated in Technical Appendix 7.6, as well as Viewpoint 7, Austell Kilbride Bay, Ardlamont. And then go on to say, overall, there would be medium scale of change across a I think it should be a wide extent of this area. This long-term change would lead to a substantial moderate magnitude of major moderate effect, which would be significant. So we have then, within that statement, dealing with the point that we're discussing, the coastline between Skipness and Tarbert. We have that statement in your third bullet point in your inquiry report, whereas we have a statement there at paragraphs 1828, 183, which appear to demonstrate your acceptance of a far more adverse impact. Is that correct?
Not exactly. So in the capacity study, it's specifically talking about the coastline between Skipness and Tarbert at the head of the Kintyre. And from that point of view, by setting the development back beyond the break of slope, there's been very little intervisibility between that coastline itself. So this is the actual coastline, whereas these impacts are talking about water-based users in Loch Fyne. So as you move away from the development, the screening impact reduces because you're screened by that steepness. So the impacts in Loch Fyne and across from South Cal, i.e. the further away you get from that screening landform, then you'll be able to see it more.
Yeah, I see.
So that's slightly different from the point that we're making, because that was one of the things that was brought out in the capacity study, was limiting impacts on the coastline between Skipness and Tarbert. And that's one of the ways in which we've done that, by setting the development back.
Yeah, and I appreciate that's the evidence that you want to impress on this inquiry now with that evidence. What I'm suggesting to you is that is a somewhat, shall we say, nuanced or for an expanded assessment of the of that particular criterion within the LWEC study compared to what you had originally stated as part of the LVIA, as part of the Chapter 7 of the EIA, which seems to present a much more, far higher effect, far greater effect and impact, which is adverse.
I don't see them as being incompatible.
Okay.
All the way through the EIA, we've been quite clear that there are significant impacts.
Okay.
So.
Well, let's have a look at the next bullet point then. You state there at 718 of your inquiry report, whilst there would be views of the proposed development from Arran, there would be over circa 9 kilometres separation distance, which gives physical separation, and the separation by the Kilbrannan Sound provides perceptual separation from the island, all of which mitigates impacts. Well, just pausing there with that particular bullet point. So you make a reference there to a 9 kilometre separation distance, but are you stating to this inquiry that that provides sufficient mitigation given the size of the turbines at 180 metres and their location? That's a yes. Okay.
I have identified some significant effects on coast Arran, to identify moderate effects for visual on Loch Ranza way.
And another point I'd like to pick up on. Again, considering the compatibility statements you have with regard to the guidance, guidance you said within LWEX. If you look at going back to table 7.7 again, page 24 of 68. second entry. Second entry underneath that, you're again, by making reference to that, the first entry is 4.410.6, which we've been through. We're going to go back to it in a second. Second entry says, guidance for development in Abelwex in 2017. The second point you make is turbines over 150 metres may be able to be accommodated, provided they're setted well back into the centre of the peninsula. So that sounds quite positive, because we're dealing with turbines which are 180 metres, and you say they're set back into, well, I disagree with this, but you say they're set back into the centre of the peninsula, so that sounds quite positive, and that sounds quite compatible if we look at it in its own terms like that. However, if we then go to the source of that comment, we then go to 410.6 again of Elwex, and then we look 7 lines down, paragraph where we just were, and we'll see then that the statement there is turbines less than 150 metres may be able to be accommodated, provided they are set well into the centre of the peninsula and occupy more contained sites, which would minimise the effects and so on. So, I've used the exact wording, but the only error in transcription that you have committed is that you said more than, whereas it's less than, which is obviously the opposite effect. So,
sorry to interrupt there. I'm just struggling to find out where you are in the LREX document.
I'm sorry, that's my fault. So, so you're with me with the actual text from table 7.7. Now I'm at the LWEX at paragraph 4.10.6, which I see you're working electronically, is at page 74 of 255. And you'll recollect I took the witness to the first 2 sentences there with regard dealing with heights 130, 150 metres. Then I'm now 7 lines down, and we'll see the exact same wording used, bar 1 point. And then you'll see that sentence on the right-hand side, starting turbines less than 150 metres.
Got you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as my maths teacher used to say, you can see it's less than because it's running way back home rather than racing on ahead.
Yes, I can see that.
We have the opposite statement with the opposite effect. And this is not just a typo, and it certainly isn't included in the list of errata that you produced. But it is quite important in terms of your evidence, because this is an important point which gives the impression that if you didn't carry out the comparative exercise that I've just done, that you'd read your inquiry report and just think, oh, well, that's clearly a point that's in favour, because this is what it says in the original study from 2017, and these turbines at 180 metres comply with that. That's the impression you'd get if you weren't corrected.
Yes, I can see that, and yes, you're right, that is a mistake.
Quite an important one, don't you think?
Well, I mean, it's all mistakes worth definitely clarifying. Thank you for bringing that up. And to some degree, yes. But again, I think if you're taking the elements of capacity and about guidance, I think it's relevant. Will help in terms of location for turbines.
Yes. But the point is then that you're seeking, nonetheless, despite the limitations of the guidance that you're now describing, you're still seeking to state to this inquiry that this proposal complies with it nonetheless. And this is an important point which you've got quite high up in your table 7.7, and it's completely misstated in terms of the guidance, isn't it?
You're right, you have identified an error. But I still feel that the guidance is still helpful in guiding where best placed development.
Yeah. And in terms of the evidence that's provided by you, once we've made that correction, it obviously completely changes the sense of what's being imparted then, isn't it?
I don't.
Oh. But I think the other wider point, though, I'm asking you.
Sorry, I'm having a. Oh, there we go.
I was just about to say, I think the other wider point, though, is with that, obviously that one point apart, is that we've got, that's now the second point at which I've pointed out to you for your comment, a very stark variance with what's stated in the guidance compared to what you have said in your inquiry report. And the overall point of principle that I'm asking you about is that really that other point that I've just made, it demonstrates really the non-compatibility of this proposal with the guidance, doesn't it? If we're looking at the other point of view, you remember I asked you earlier on about what it is you're seeking to impress, and you brought in the word bias, which I hadn't. But really, if we're looking at the other side of the coin, that really what this really underscores, that particular error of yours, is that underscores the non-compatibility of this proposal with the restrictions that have been described in the guidance which we're looking at.
I think it's a matter of degrees of compliance.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I can see how, with that error, you would be able to read that slightly differently, and that would reduce the compliance of the development to the guidance set out. But I think that necessarily means it as being uncompliant.
Okay, but the other general point of...
So I was just mentioning to David that the speakers are coming out a bit scratchy.
So I think maybe what you need to do is change the base unit for this. Or just give her a new microphone and base unit. You just bear with us for a minute while we do this.
Testing. That sounds better.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. Are you operational now?
Am I operational?
Yes. I think so.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
I think the camera's pointing in the wrong direction. Right, do I need to speak in order to get the camera? Okay. Oh, right, okay. Change the camera, okay.
Okay, as you were.
Yeah.
And the overall thrust of the guidance, of course, the one thing that the prominent point that where the guidance is concerning itself is in relation to turbine heights. That's one of the principal criteria for the assessment that's made in its own terms. And really, I suppose, what the discussion we've had so far with regard to those two aspects of the guidance we've looked at in some detail, it underscores the general thrust of the guidance, which in fact is that turbines of this height, that is 180 metres, cannot be accommodated within this landscape. And that's really what the thrust of the guidance is, and that's why this proposal is not compatible with it. Is that not correct to say?
Again, I think those elements of capacity I think we've agreed, are not really relevant anymore. So in my mind, that's an element of capacity.
Okay.
Which is why we've used the guidance, or all of the strategic guidance, but not necessarily considered the elements of capacity.
All right, but the point remains that the heights that have been discussed, that we've looked at so far, have been, the numbers used in the guidance has been 130 metres and 150 metres, but we're dealing with something considerably higher, taller than those two, aren't we, now, as part of this proposal?
Yes, this proposal is 180 metres to tip.
And then if we then to finish off this point with regard to volume
But,
one.
sorry, if I could just say, I mean, you do have to bear in mind that, again, the guidance was written in 2017, and turbines have grown larger over that time. They've not stayed exactly the same size.
That's right. But we have
I'm
agreed
sure.
that, subject to the caveats that we mentioned, we have agreed that the landscape has stayed the same. That's why I asked you about that.
Yes, the landscape has
Yeah,
stayed the
exactly.
same,
And the
but
turbines
the
have
degree of change and how we view that again goes back to capacity. And as we've said, we've agreed that capacity isn't really a relevant aspect of this study that we should be using. It is a relative sensitivity study, and therefore we've taken the components which are the relative sensitivity components and used those rather than focus too much on what the capacity elements are saying.
I understand that, but the point is, though, that surely we can't just simply disregard what's been said. So going in old-fashioned parlance, we have a statement that the capacity for turbines over 130 metres cannot be met because there is no capacity. We don't use that terminology anymore. We're now effectively then saying that the sensitivity that we agreed is still relevant as part of the study means that turbines just a moment, means that turbines in excess of 130 metres are something that to which this landscape is sensitive.
Yeah, but it's not just a matter of changing the terminology. It's
No.
in fact, it's not a matter of changing the terminology. It's a matter of actually taking those components out of the capacity study.
But they're not to be disregarded, surely.
Well, they're not relevant anymore. So the aspects of the study which are regarding relative sensitivity are still relevant as baseline and notes for guidance, but the capacity elements are not.
Okay. Well, let me just then finalise on this particular point, though. Suspect I have your answer, but let's just go to page 253 of 255 of that document. Go to almost to the very, very end of it, of volume one.
This is the LWACs, yeah.
919.
Sorry, which page again? Or paragraph?
It's electronically 253 of 255, and I can't take it to paragraphs because I'm going to take you some bullet points first. And then I'm going to take you to text underneath. So if you're at 253, you'll see a number of bullet points there. Yes, that's right. That's correct, yeah.
Right, thank you. The conclusions, yeah.
And I'm going to take you to the fourth and fifth bullet points. States increasing the height of turbines within operational wind farms located close to the outer edges of the Kintyre Peninsula will result in them appearing overly large in relation to buildings, small-scale fields and individual trees seen on lower slopes, and also increase visual intrusion on roads and settlement within coastal loch fringes and from Arran. This would be the case for existing co-development where turbines are 110 metres high. And then underneath it, it says there may be some scope to increase heights of turbines to up to around 150 metres high, with some existing developments located further into the centre of the Kintyre Peninsula, particularly if they're partially covered by landfall. The northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula is particularly sensitive to very large turbines due to the landscape and visual effects likely to occur on Arran and Gia and the surrounding landscapes. So ignore the reference to Gia, but we're very much in the territory of the areas that we're talking about, aren't we, with those bullet points? What I'm going to suggest to you is that those observations are apposite to the present application, are they not?
Yes, so we are located on the northern part of the Kintyre, and as the study does indicate, there are either light views to Arran. As you say, Gia isn't affected. That's one of the things that we've mitigated by moving. Yeah. But there are views from Arran and from surrounding seascapes as I've assessed and we've set out in the EIA.
Okay, and then having accepted that those are apposite statements to what we're considering, and I could then ask you just in conclusion for this section to go to the summary at the end of this part of LWEX. just find it. Yeah, it's the very last sentence on that second last page, electronic page 253. And it says, it is concluded that turbines over 150 metres high to blade tip would be too large to accommodate, in landscape and visual terms, anywhere in Earraghail and Bute. So in terms of what that study had stated as at 2017,
yes,
its
that
clear
is what
guidance is that it cannot be accommodated.
Yes, again, I go back to the area. That's regarding capacity, and the capacity aspects.
Okay, right. I hear you
Are
loud and
not-
clear.
are not applicable,
We're dealing
so-
with capacity. Now, if we go to volume 2 then. Volume 2 is at 934.
Yep.
And then if we go to, just to orientate ourselves as to what that is, this perhaps might be more helpful to us, because if we go to page 1 of that, volume 2, it says volume 2 scale sensitivity assessment. So could this perhaps be more helpful to us, this section?
Yes.
Good. Well, let's have a look at this a little bit more. And if you go to page 52 of that, which is both electronically and on the page at 52, and you've got a table there, and this is at page 52, do you see there that this is dealing with the LCT that we're concerned with, type 6, upland forest moor mosaic?
Yes.
And again, I'm not going to read out all the words that are there. I'm sure you've read it before, and I'm sure the reporters have read it all before, but we could see the very large typology assessment that is greater than 130 metres. We can see that that is high sensitivity. Do you see that?
Yes.
Confirm that, please, then. Thank you. So when we're dealing then with sensitivity study as opposed to capacity, and therefore addressing the points that you've been making earlier, we can see then in this sensitivity study that for turbines in excess of 130 metres, that this is a landscape in respect of which there is high sensitivity for such turbines.
That is what the LWAC says.
It does.
But again, bear in mind that this is probably susceptibility rather than sensitivity. I guess it's also worth pointing out susceptibilities. So this is the first one is for landscape context, but for scale it reduces high, medium, probably susceptibility, whereas for landform it's then medium, and for landscape pattern it's medium to low, and it goes on. So again, these are really aspects of susceptibility which then combine together to then form an overall judgment of susceptibility of this particular landscape.
I hear that, but I suppose the other point I could equally make there is, and I will, is that what we're dealing there with is the figure chosen, because it was most relevant at the time, was 130 metres, and we're of course dealing with heights of 180 metres. So if it was considered sensitive in that regard in 2017 for that height, it would be very much the same case now, and even more so, given we're dealing with taller turbines.
Yes, I've carried out a similar sort of appraisal in my own EIA. In the EIA, again, looking at susceptibility and looking at value to come up with a sensitivity of the receiving landscape along similar lines.
And in relation to that sensitivity, the point that I made in relation to typologies of that that order of height. We can see directly below the box I was just drawing your attention to. Below that it says turbines greater than 150 metres. Meters appear overly large in relation to the relief of the lower northern part of this upland plateau. Turbines of this size would also dominate the scale of the smaller hills and narrow glens on the fringes of this landscape. So where we see that particular guidance, again, that's something that very much applies to this proposed development at the location that is proposed.
Yes, that is part of the guidance. So impacts on the adjacent rocky mosaic and hidden glens, again, is one of the things that we've considered, and again, built-in design mitigation to reduce the impacts.
We'll come to mitigation shortly, but then just to go through further, if you then just at the end of this particular section of questions, go to page 56 of 381. And 56.
Sorry, page 56 of...
It's the... What we've just been looking at, just go down the same document.
Okay.
We've just been talking the volume 2 of LWEX.
Yep.
And I'm now at the section, starts at 55. We can see the heading there, it's dealing with visual amenity. And then on to 56. We then have, again in that second column, which deals with very large typologies, which back then was 130 metres. And we're dealing with 180 metres. And we can see that in terms of that, we've got the statement that such turbines would, there is an assessment of high sensitivity in relation to turbines of that order. Do you see that?
No, I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, so you've got page 55 there, and you've got the heading on the left-hand column, visual amenity. And there's a description. There's a description in the first column. The second column then is the one dealing with the turbine heights that are dealt with. It's over 130 metres. And then dealing with that in terms of visual amenity, we then see the assessment of high sensitivity. Start at the top of page 56.
Yes, I can see that.
Thank you. So at the risk of repeating myself, I think it's a point I've already asked you about, but does it not follow that if the host landscape is highly sensitive in both landscape and visual terms in relation to turbines in excess of 130 metres, then the sensitivity of this landscape character type in relation to turbines of 180 metres must be considerably beyond that?
Are you saying beyond high?
Beyond the level of sensitivity and susceptibility as you would have it that is reported here in this guidance.
Well, it's already at high.
Yeah, exactly. So it's beyond high.
Beyond high, is that what you're indicating? I mean, again, these are guidance documents, and again, what the potential sensitivities are, and again, incorporated mitigation to reduce those as far as we can.
Yes.
I mean, you are going to see turbines. They are going to impact on the landscape and the surrounding landscapes.
Yeah. Okay, but you said it is guidance, but the thing is that you have quite properly addressed yourself to it, because you recognise that it is a material, because it is a relevant consideration that the reporters are entitled to take into account.
Yes, it's very useful.
Yes, and it's very useful as apart from that. So you've quite properly addressed yourself to it. So now we're looking at it, then it seems that where the actual content of it is at variance with what you would like the reporters to take away from your evidence, you then say that, it is guidance, and therefore obviously not binding. But we're looking at what it says, and that's what I'm trying to discuss with you. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I've remained consistent in my response to that, in that the capacity aspects of it are no longer applicable.
So if I could put it bluntly to you, after the discussion we've really had in relation to the provisions of this guidance, is that in fact, this proposal can, in fact, draw no support from it. Is that not right?
I don't think it's a matter of drawing support from the document. You know, the document is there to provide an indication for the things that are likely to be impacted, the sensitivities of the local receiving landscape and surrounding landscapes, and to guide development. And that's how we've used it.
I understand. If we could then just direct ourselves to paragraph 7.1.9 of your inquiry report, which is 11.1. You state there things that we've already heard from you in evidence in chief. What you state is, let me just get the actual. Yeah, it's really the very first sentence of it. The proposed development is broadly compatible with the guidance set out in LWEX and has minimised impacts on key sensitivities set out within the guidance. I mean, that's really the sentence I really want to pick up on, because I think it's fair. Well, I'm suggesting to you that given what we've already discussed in terms of the parts of the guidance that are really quite express in their terms, that is to be polite, is quite an optimistic view of the compatibility with LWEX. And in fact, what I'm suggesting to you is it is in no way compatible with the guidance provided in LWEX. Do you have a comment on that?
Again, I think if you're reading the LWEX and you're taking the capacity elements as part of that, then yes, I can see how you've read that, mostly because it states quite clearly that there's no capacity for any turbines above 150 metres in Earraghail and Butte. And if that's how you're reading it, then yes, I can see how you might not interpret that particularly favourably. But I think if you take those elements of capacity out and look at it in terms of what it's saying and the sensitivities that it's raised and the issues that require mitigating, then I think you'll see that we have addressed quite a lot of the points, and it's broadly. I mean, it's not wholly, it's not 100% compatible, and it hasn't been able to, reduce every effect that it stated. But I think, again, onshore renewable development of the scale that we're talking about is always going to have some lingering landscape and visual impacts which cannot be fully mitigated.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to move away from LWEX and go on to a different topic, and it's in fact the next section of your inquiry report, which deals with landscape and coastal impacts. And we've got a few short points I'd like to make for your comment. I think there's maybe two diagrams that would help. I think one that is quite helpful is core document 142, which is figure 7.1. If we have that, it's big. It's the overall cumulative plan. Just repeat that. It's 142, figure 1.7. I could equally look at 146, but I think 147 is quite useful because it's...
Sorry, what was the figure
142,
number?
142. I think it's quite helpful because it shows all of the viewpoints and it deals with landscape context and all the designations and so on. I think it's quite a helpful overall diagram, and also of course shows the location of viewpoints.
So the figure number,
yeah, figure is
7.1.
7.1. Yeah, it's the very first one to provide
Landscape
context.
context.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, I've got that.
And within that, I wanted to look at paragraph 8.1.2 of your inquiry report, and looking at 826, taking these together. And essentially, again, I don't want to read them all the whole paragraphs all through because we've had a chance to do it ourselves, but essentially what you're saying is that you're talking about the viewpoints, and they're only a sample, and they have been taken as a worst-case scenario, the viewpoints that have been selected. Is that what you're saying to us?
Yes, that's what we normally try to do.
Yes, I think that's all best practice, clearly. And 826, and you've got the viewpoints are discussed there, where the viewpoint has been taken, and we can see 5 and 7 on that diagram that I just drew your attention to a moment ago. 5 and 7, so we have Austell Bay at 7, and at 5 we've got Portavadie. Now, I'd like to ask you about Portavadie, because if we just look at viewpoint 5, and I'll give you the reference just in a moment. Viewpoint 5 is termed Portavadie. It is core document 1.123.
Is that core document number 001123? That one.
Be correct in stating that the viewpoints were agreed at scoping, and they were presumably done in consultation with your client or yourself, presumably, and the council and Nature Scott. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I understand all of that, and that's the reason why they come out. So what I'm about to say is not intended as a criticism of you, but it's a point I feel I need to make. Yesterday, having visited Portavadie yesterday, but if we look at viewpoint 5, and 5E and F. So 5E is the wire line, and we can see from that in the bare earth scenario, we can see all 13 of the turbines, numbered up to 14, but one's missing. So we have that. So can I just check you're with me? So for that 5E, we can see the wire lines there. But then, of course, if we then go on to 5F, which is the photo montage, which is obviously taken at the foot of the jetty, at the ramp where the ferry comes in, you're then at a very low level, at water level at that point, and you can only just see one turbine in that photo montage. Well, yes, I can see one very clearly. That one obscured by a tree, and then yes, a tip of another one. So not very much. But the thing that I think is quite striking is that if one were to go to, when you think of Portavadie, you think of the resort, and that's where people go to. They go to the resort, unless they take a ferry, they go to the resort and then they swim outside in the pool and then they level.
Well, only if you're if you're going there. Well, no, but only if you're actually going to that private venue. Yeah.
But the thing that I wonder if you find quite striking, though, is that obviously being a resort, its business is to attract people to it. And the point is that the resort itself is an elevated position, isn't it, compared to what we're looking at there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I suppose the pity is that when we're looking at worst case scenario from Portavadie, what we're looking at is very limited effect as a result of the vegetation that was there taken at a point when that vegetation was actually in full leaf, although it isn't right now. Whereas if the viewpoint had been taken from the Portavadie resort, it would have been possible to have obtained more open views with no tree screening. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And again,
But that is also
no
private.
criticism of you for that.
No. I mean, but saying that, it is also private property. And
Yes.
when we undertake, viewpoints,
Yeah.
they really should be in the public realm. Going into private property
Yes.
to take public viewpoints from an LVIA perspective is not really normal.
Okay.
And I mean, I guess one other thing, I'm happy to leave you to make your point, but we did also include a ferry. So we included a photo montage from the ferry where
Yes.
the views were open.
Yes. Yep, you did.
Which
And we're going
I'm
to
sure
come to
I'm-
that.
yeah, I'm
Just
sure
a
you'll
short
get
while.
there.
Just a short while. Bear with me. And then just to that particular point, and we can agree, I think, then that Portavadie Resort, obviously, in view of its nature, is what you might term a sensitive receptor. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And while we're just talking about Portavadie, and again, in fairness to you, I think it might just be helpful to look at viewpoint 7, since we're on that particular side of the water. If we look at viewpoint 7, which is core document 1.125, 1.125, Austell Bay, Kilbride Bay.
Yes.
And again, I'm at E and F for that, looking at and the photo montage that's been produced, followed by a nighttime view, which we're not concerned with. The E and F, we can see there from that view. You go across, you tramp your way through, and you get to that particular point. We can see then depicted there, it is basically all of the turbines are visible, whether we're looking at either the wireline or, in fact, the photo montage, because there's no obscuration by vegetation at that point, is there?
Correct.
And also, there's nothing there at the moment either. There are no other turbines at that location at this point, is there?
That's correct.
Thank you. I now want to move on to a slightly separate topic with regard to local character and APQs. And with regard to that, APQs are, I think it might be helpful to look at your additional production, core document 1102.
What's the name of that?
I think it's K2, actually. It's the first addendum to your inquiry report. But as you say, I could take that one or the next one, but I'll just go to KA2. And again, this is at this stage, I'm bringing this up just purely for context, so we know we're both on the same page as what we're talking about.
Can I just double check? Because I thought initially you said CD 011-002, but you've said figure KA2, which is
I
CD
did.
001-003. So is it
That's right.
CD 003?
Just to be absolutely
And
correct,
KA2,
you're quite
okay.
right. So KA1 is 1102, KA2 is 1103, and whereas because the report is 1101.
So is it the one with the designations, KA1
yes,
or,
well,
or
actually,
character, KA2?
You might have both of them up because I'm going to refer to both of them. But at this stage, I was looking at KA1. Screening ZTV with designations.
Yes.
Designations there. And really just to orientate ourselves, we can see that in KA1, you have marked out very clearly the South Cowell APQ. Of course, they're not called APQs anymore, but the local landscape designations. But I'm going to continue to call them APQs because it's much easier and it's also accurately descriptive. So I'm going to do that. So that's what we're concerned with. That's the main one, and obviously then you have already discussed that. So if I could go to paragraph 827 of your inquiry report. You make reference to this diagram of KA2, which is 1103.
Yes, that's the one with landscape character types.
Yes, that's right, with LCTs on it. To 1103, yeah. At 827. So, as illustrated in figure KA2, the extent of tree cover along parts of the coast reduced the extent of the coast affected within the APQ. In part, it is this extent of local tree cover and variety of landform that impart a sense of seclusion to this APQ. You then go on to, so you're discussing their tree cover, you're talking about landform, and then the qualities of the APQ having a sense of seclusion. Then you then go on towards the end of that paragraph discussing the LCT, because that's what KA2 does. That's one that deals with character types. So whilst there would be views of the proposed development with a distinctly different LCT, and a moderate adverse effect has been identified as a result, the key characteristics of the rocky mosaic and adjacent landscapes would not be significantly altered. Now, I must confess I had difficulty understanding what you were trying to impart with this paragraph, because it seemed that you seem to be getting across three different elements and discussing three separate elements within that, namely the quality and characteristics of the APQ, the LCTs, and the presence of tree cover. So could you perhaps explain, or if you want to discuss the APQ a bit later on, could you explain what it is you were trying to impart with that paragraph with regard to the effect on the APQ?
So the APQ, in terms of understanding the impacts on the APQ, there's no statement of significance, there's no qualities associated that have been assessed separately. And so the policy directs us to looking at landscape character. So that's why the rocky mosaic, because that for the most part is the underlying landscape character. So again, understanding the impacts on underlying landscape character will help us to understand the impacts on the APQ.
Right, okay, thank you. Right, I think that's very helpful, thank you. Now, at 829, I'm going to come back to that last answer of yours in a short while, but at 829, just for the moment, this is where we then have the statement, this term that now is being used an awful lot post MPF 4, is at 829, the last sentence of which you state, however, these landscape impacts would be localized and would be no greater than well, I think you've got than one would normally be. Sorry, beg your pardon, you haven't. There would no be greater than would normally be expected for a development of this type and scale. So that's understood. You can't make invisible wind farms. So I understand that, sure. But the question of localized, I just want to ask you about that one word, because it's a very important one for reasons you'll readily appreciate. So, what you mean in your evidence by that?
Yes, in that the impacts would be contained and to be honest, and relatively limited, in particularly onshore. So in South Cowell, of screening and tree cover does limit the extent of impacts in that area. And it also limits impacts in the host landscape character.
Okay.
Certainly relative to the scale of development. I mean, obviously, a smaller scale development would have more localized impacts. So I think that it is relative to the size and scale of the development.
Right. So it's localized relative to the size and scale of the development. Is that what your answer is? Okay. Fine. Can I just explore this term a little bit further? I think I agree is that when you use the term localized, it's not simply a function of geographical distance. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I mean, it's not, for example, you would say that, up to 5 meters visibility is okay, but 5.5 is definitely out of the question. We're not in that territory at all. We're not good. That's not part of our discussion.
Yeah, I'm not 100% following you there.
Well, it's just that I think we've agreed it's not just simply in terms of geographical distance to it there.
Yes.
Could I ask you please to look at the Foresight decision, which is at Board Document 822. And I'm taking you to paragraph 9.21, which is, if you have it electronically, it's page 123 of 156.
Sorry, of which core document? 22 or 23?
8.
822.
822. Yeah, 8. 0.0. Do you have that? Yeah. Thank you. And if you then go to the E-page 123 of 156, I'm taking you to paragraph 921 of that page. I'll read it and seek your comment. 921, the reporter says, second sentence, I recognize that significant impacts are to be expected from. I find that distance to determine localized impacts to be too simplistic. I consider that a more fine-grained approach is appropriate if such impacts are properly understood in a local context. I take it you agree with that point of view.
Yes, it's not simply a matter of distance or geography.
Yep, so we can agree on that. Then the reporter then goes on to discuss extended views. Then over the page 122, looking at matters of the views themselves. First bullet point, top of the page, the views would not be contained to a local area or just to local residents, but also to visitors and travellers exploring the area and using these routes. But again, so it's not simply the distance from the view itself if you're there, but also it takes into account people coming to the view as well, whether or not the effects will be localized. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's important to understand the full range of experience by the receptors who are being affected.
And then in the next bullet point, he makes reference to recreational users. And so, again, I think from that last answer, I think you'd really agree that that's something that you'd have to take into account with regard to the likely visual impacts.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. and that all has a bearing on whether or not an impact is or is not localised.
Yes.
But also, when we're considering whether or not impacts are localised or not, do you think we should also be considering the severity of the impact on the landscape and seascapes which the development affects? Severity.
Yes, I think that it's all part of understanding the impacts of the proposed development.
Thank you.
That's why we've assessed.
Thank you. And should we also take into account the sensitivity of the landscapes and the seascapes affected as to whether or not we consider something as truly localised?
I believe that is part of it. It's certainly part of the fundamental understanding and assessment of landscape and visual impacts.
Thank you. So, whereas here, a local designation of the APQ and a national one in terms of the NSA, about more of which later, is that fact an indication of the high sensitivity of the landscapes affected, and therefore whether or not this in fact is not a localised development?
Well, Arran is certainly a national scenic area, and the South Cowal Peninsula is certainly an area of panoramic quality, or LLA, but the Kintyre Peninsula and certainly the site itself is not designated.
No, that's right. I accept that. What I was asking you, though, was, given that we have a local designation and a national one, all affected that in high sensitivity landscapes, does this not then perhaps provide scope for an alternative view that the impacts that we're dealing with, were this to proceed, would not in fact be localised?
Not necessarily. I don't think that's. I think the impacts are quite contained, and they are mitigated as already set out. Certainly, areas to the north, to the west, there's very limited significant impacts, and those impacts on South Cowal have been mitigated to some degree by landform and tree cover. And in Arran by some of the strong topography, which has limited the sort of extent of impacts, particularly on shore. Whereas in the seascape area, there isn't really much to screen the development, so it is more extensive in that seascape area, and I've identified significant impacts for water-based users.
Okay, we're just about to come to that now. Could I just pause for a moment? I'm just about to move on to exactly what the witness has described, and I'm just about to do that now. But I don't know when you want to take a break, or I could just bear that in mind when I next come to another pause, or if you want to pause now.
Okay, so we've been going for an hour and 10 minutes. So are you happy to carry on, or do you think a break is friendly?
I think I'd appreciate a break, but
okay.
Don't mind.
So is a break until 1:45? Okay, that's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we'll break till 2:45.
And 10. Yeah, that's quite intense.
Okay, we'll resume. Thanks.
So as discussed, then we're now going to discuss the sea-based viewpoints. At 913 of your inquiry report, you make mention again here of screening by tree cover at this point, but I think we can agree that the coastal fringes of the Ardlamont Peninsula are exposed and open with little tree cover.
Yes, some of them are, yep.
Yep, thank you. I'd now like to take you to Technical Appendix 7.6, the ferry route visualizations as promised, which is at Core Document 150. And we can see from that three main ferry routes have been dealt with. So we can see that from the ferry route visualizations at Technical Appendix 7.6, points A, B and C are wireframes for the route between Tarbert and Portavadie. D, E and F wireframes for routes between Loughranza and Clannig, and points G to L are Tarbert to Loughranza. So if we look first at, sorry, before I move on, can you confirm what I just said? Thank you. Thumbs up. Can we look first of all at points C and F? And again, it's just a question more of curiosity than anything else. So if we look at C, which is the point I'm at is page 6 of 19. If you're, that's visually, but I'm looking at these.
So those are the photo montages.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
6, the photo montages. So the brief question is, at point C and point F, we have photo montages for both of those. And I just wondered why it was that we have the rest are all wire lines and just those two have been selected for photo montage treatment. Can you tell us why that is, please?
Just to keep the assessment proportionate.
Thank you. And why in particular did you choose C and F?
Because I think those represented some of the greatest extent of visibility. So certainly C, if you look at the wire lines A, B and C,
Yep.
C illustrates the greatest extent of visibility.
Yeah, thank you.
Whereas I need to look at the other one, Aaron. Whereas F represents the sort of closest of the wire lines or the photographs taken.
Yes.
So again, with using that precautionary approach of trying to illustrate, the most open or the nearest, we've used that in selecting those.
Thank you. And I think then if we could then look at C, you were just referring to a moment ago, the nearest Vadi, we can see, I always get the counting wrong, but from that photo montage we can see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 full rotors, I think, in that view. I might be missing one, but we can see for ourselves. We can count them up ourselves, I think. But we can certainly see, as you say, as you have just fairly said, that there is a great deal of visibility of the scheme from that location at point C on that ferry route.
Yes, you can see,
Yeah.
see a good number.
And the wire lines for points E and F, if I could just briefly go to those. That's the Arran ferry, E and F.
Yes.
These are the wire lines. And the point I'd like to take you, the reason why I'd like to take you to E and F is particularly for the photograph above, and then we see the wire lines underneath. But the E and F, can we agree that those are useful photographs because they show the extent of the headland that I discussed with you at the start of your evidence with me?
Yes, they do show the northern end of the Kintyre Peninsula. I think it reads a little bit less like a headland from this direction, but certainly from other directions it reads as a headland. But it is certainly that northern part of the Kintyre. You can see Skipness Point.
Thank you. And at point F then, which we were just referring to, point F, we can see, I counted 11 blade tips from that. Is that correct? In the photo montage.
I think you can see all 13
you can see
blade
all 13,
tips.
yeah, varying degrees. So I think then, I think you've pretty well accepted this, that what we can see is that there'll be extensive open views of the proposed development from sea. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And can see from the sea, yep.
And I think we can also agree that the sea area that we're concerned about, the confluence, as I put it, between the three different bodies of water, is it's well used for recreational sailing, quite apart from ferry routes.
Yes, I believe Tarbert has quite an active, as well as the Kyles of Bute have quite an active sailing community.
Thank you. Then if we go on to back to your inquiry report at 9.2.2, please. We discuss the Ardlamont Peninsula. Again, you make the point at 922 that there's extensive tree cover, and you then also say about halfway down, I'll just count the lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines down, 9.22, you say, however, when views to Arran are available, these tend to draw the eye and are more valued. So I think the sense of that paragraph is that the visual effects would be lessened by that. So can we agree that it might be true that the Arran Mountains draw the eye, but in some coastal locations, the proposed development will significantly detract from these views due to their height and prominence?
I've not used the phrase significantly detract.
Right.
But you will see the turbines.
Yeah.
And you will also see views of Arran in some places. But it's not, the turbines don't come in front of those views of Arran for the most part. So you were able to see both views. And we're not affecting the views of Arran, which tend to be the more valued views.
Okay. Well, I'll leave further discussion with Arran for others. Now, at 924, you again use the term localized, but here you emphasize it by saying very localized. And I presume then that's having in mind policy test reference of 11E2. But in terms of localized, we've discussed that earlier on in your evidence, but do you have a working definition that you've been using for the purposes of this inquiry report of what you mean by localised?
Well, in this instance, localised is due to the screening on the Ardlamont Peninsula. You're only getting patches of visibility rather than across wide swathes of the visibility of the peninsula.
Right, so if it's screened, then it's localized, is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends, but this use of the word localized or very localized is indicating that on the Ardlamont Peninsula, where you can see the development, it is very localized in nature. And so it's not widely across the South Ardlamont Peninsula, partly due to landform and partly due to screening by the extensive tree cover.
Now, we've just gone through the ferry route views to very fairly discuss the effect from water-based users. And but at 934, what you state there is overall for water-based users within Outer Loch Fyne, the composition of the views towards the Kintyre would change, but the overall experience would remain similar. Now, I just think I wonder if really that's a conclusion that you can possibly draw, because we've just looked through the various views at 7.6. You've agreed with me the wide extent of visibility from those viewpoints. So I think one might have difficulty in accepting your view that the overall experience would remain similar, when in fact we have seen with those viewpoints just what the extent of impact will be. What is your comment on that?
As I say, there will be views of the proposed development, and that will result in significant visual impacts on users within that area, within Loch Fyne. But you do get when you're out in Loch Fyne, you do get very panoramic views in all directions. and it's only the views to the Kintyre which will change in their composition, bearing in mind that the turbines are within the elevated part of the Kintyre Peninsula. They're not actually along the coast, they're up. So when you're in the Loch Fyne, views to Arran would still remain, views to Bute would still remain, views to the Arlington Peninsula would still remain completely unaffected. It would just be when you're looking towards the northern end of the Kintyre Peninsula that the composition of those views would change, as illustrated and as you've demonstrated.
Yeah, thank you. But it's still your evidence that the overall experience would remain similar. That's
yes.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yes.
I think if I could just touch briefly on Kintyre Way. We can agree, I think, that there's a major, moderate and significant visual effect for users of the Kintyre Way. I think we can agree that.
Yes.
Can we also agree that the Skipness to Tarbert section of the walk is the one that will be principally affected?
Yes.
Thank you. And at 944, you say, second sentence, these views take. So for the most part, the valued views from Kintyre Way and those views to the surrounding coastal islands rather than views within the Kintyre Peninsula itself, these views would be retained. So is it your understanding that views to Arran are a key part of the experience of walking the Kintyre Way?
In part. So it depends on where you are and which bit of that section of the Kintyre Way you're on. So when you're in closer to Tarbert, there are lots of views up Loch Fyne, there's views across to South Cowell. So it does depend. The views do change on that section of route, but in the southern part of the route, then those views to Arran open up. And I believe viewpoint 1 is the one that illustrates probably the worst case scenario, in the sense that if you were coming from Tarbert down to Skipness, then that would be the point at which you encounter views of Arran, and the turbines would be in front of those. But that would happen for a short section. We've illustrated that impact, and then once you move through in that direction, then the views to Arran would be unaltered because the turbines will be behind you. And if you're walking in the other direction, again, the views to Arran, you're tending to just look as you look behind you. But the same would apply.
I see. So your view then is that the keys to the views to Arran would be retained, despite the fact that you would then, for the first time, have very large, very closely placed wind turbines. But then overall, the actual...
But you would still get those views to Arran.
Right.
They were just in that short section of the route. Right. They would have turbines in front of them.
Okay, well, if I could just again do a compare and contrast with you, if you could look at Technical Appendix 7.5, which is where you do the viewpoint analysis, and I'll give you the number in a moment. It's core document 1.149. At page 2 of that document. So the second page, yeah, viewpoint 1. So the second page is the one where you're dealing with viewpoint 1, which is essentially right in the actual wind farm itself. And what's stated there in terms of predicted view and scale of visual change, the full turbine array would be, the meteorological mass would be visible in the foreground, spanning from east to south. 4 of the turbines would be seen in front of Arran, although views to the most distinctive peaks in the northeast of the island would not be interrupted. towards the end of that block of text, you say the proposed development, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines up, proposed development would be a very prominent addition to the view from this point on the route, and the two groups would appear to frame the distinctive peaks to the northeast of Arran in the most notable views to the southeast. And you conclude at the bottom, the scale of change during operation would be large with a capital L. Now, at 946, you accept that there would be visual change on the Kintyre Way, but you also state that it's influenced by renewable energy developments at the moment. Now, it's the case that the Kintyre Way passes through the Dukerin site, and Benanturk 3 is seen in close proximity. But could we perhaps agree that this development would greatly increase the cumulative effects on the walkers using Kintyre Way?
Yes, it would add another occurrence of people walking through an array on the Kintyre Way.
And you make mention in that paragraph with regard to a new platform. I think there's a viewing point that would be created within that. And I suppose it would be all well if you looked northwards, if you looked northeastwards from the viewing point, you would see Loch Fyne in front of you. But if you turned around, of course, you'd just be looking straight at the wind farm, wouldn't you?
The platform was actually at the northern end.
At the northern end?
Yeah, just above
yes.
Tarbert
so that's
here.
correct, what I just said. Yeah. So basically it's just within the wind farm itself is where you have your viewpoint, your viewing platform. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Where is it to be?
So it's at the northern end of the headland. So literally just above here in Tarbert.
Right.
Let me find you a reference.
I actually did see it on a plan at one point.
Yeah.
You make reference to the description of it in your inquiry report, but I did see it on a plan. Anyway, and there's also be a bothy to be provided, but that bothy I think is going to be within the actual wind farm itself. Is that right?
It's to the south in Glen Skeeble.
Okay. So perhaps not add that much to the experience of users of the Kintyre Way, perhaps, do you think?
Well, I believe that the Kintyre Way was consulted with regard to the proposals, and those were deemed to be reasonable. I mean, a new bothy, again, is a useful thing on a walk.
Sure, thank you. I'm now going to go into a final section of my questions for you, and that's going back to the APQ question, if I can. And this is dealt with specifically at section 10 of your inquiry report. Section 10 starts at 22 of Core Document 11.1, your inquiry report. 10.1.6, page 23. We have two further references to commercial forestry in there. Now, in relation to that, I've been picking up mentions of it as we've gone on, and of course you've mentioned it in your evidence in chief. It is a fact. It does exist, but I wonder if we can agree that perhaps in terms of the existence of commercial forestry that Earraghail is not exactly unique in that respect, and that wherever we look in this part of the world, there will always be commercial forestry.
Well, there's not always commercial forestry. There's quite a lot of open areas and unforested parts of the Kintyre Peninsula.
So it's something we'll find very often in many rural landscapes such as this.
But commercial forestry is not uncommon.
Yeah. And in terms of the commercial forestry we're looking at, we can all remember back in the, well, I was going to say we can all remember back in the 70s, it's presuming quite a lot. I can remember back in the 70s, I'll just stick with what I know, that, you know, that there were the forestry commissioners that then would then produce these hard blocks of forestry with hard edges, and they were pretty unsightly. We don't do that anymore. And can we agree then that in terms of the forestry that is in this area that we're concerned with, it's Skipness and Carranbury, that they're designed in a way which doesn't have geometric shapes with hard edges. They're not poorly designed in that sense. Is that fair to say?
They do vary. You do notice some of the edges, certainly, and which I think is evident in the visualizations, that occasionally edges are noticeable. But it's not blocky the way it, as you say, in the 70s, perhaps it used to be.
Well, that's right. It's revealing my age there, but I think you probably guessed that anyway. But can we say that in views from afar, the forestry itself that we're talking with and that you're discussing in the course of your evidence doesn't noticeably reduce the sense of the Skipness headland and the wider seascape as being little developed. It doesn't create a sort of feel of development the way it is at the moment.
I don't think I don't think most people would class it as development, as in coastal strip development, but it certainly is visible, and it does. You do notice it. It is clear as commercial forestry and man-made, and certainly from viewpoint 7, you can see those edges. It does appear, although a lot of the woodland on that northern coast is deciduous protected woodland, and that really does add to the area. But you do see that within the upland area that there are the stronger. There's a contrast between the forestry, which is seen above it in the upland, and the natural native woodland, which is kind of seen on the lower slopes.
I understand. I suppose the point I'm trying to ask you, and the thing I'm getting at, is that the existence of commercial forestry, as you've mentioned it, is not something that gives the impression of a developed area. And I think the overall impression of the area is that it's undeveloped or little developed.
Well, I guess that's the thing, is it doesn't necessarily characterize it as developed in that sense, but it certainly does take away from the view that it's undeveloped and a sort of natural landscape. You do see those coops, you do see the tracks. You are aware that it is a modified, on the scale of heavily modified and unmodified. It is on that scale of modified in some way due to the forestry.
Okay. I'd like to do another compare and contrast as well, please. If you go to 10.17 of your inquiry report, you're making mention of the APQ. Much of the sense of seclusion and naturalness of the APQ comes from local landscape characteristics, topography, vegetation, should not be affected by the development. This quality would remain experienced within western part of the Adelment Peninsula of the South Cal APQ. Now, if we could look at your TV that I took you to earlier, your own one, KA1. Just to get the reference for that. KA1 is, it's 11, isn't it? It's 11. 1102 is KA1. And 4, I could have chosen either of those other two, but I'll choose this one, 1102 KA1, your addendum to your inquiry report. In light of what's been said at 10.17 of your inquiry report. Now, bearing in mind what I just read out to you, we can look at the ZTV diagram showing the South APQ. Now, obviously, I understand that, I accept that ZTV is done on a bare earth basis. However, looking at this particular figure produced by you, we can see that for large parts of the southwestern parts, all the way up to, especially at Ardlamont Point, we can see from the key to the ZTV that we have outer sections, large parts, where we have 10 to 13 turbines that may be visible.
Yes, and that's represented by viewpoint 7.
Yep. Thank you. I was going to take you to that, but now I don't need to. But I was actually specifically going to say, especially in relation to viewpoints 5 and 7, which you've just failed stated. So the question is this then, at 10.17, in light of that, in light of what you've just agreed with me in relation to that, can it really be said at 10.17 with that conclusion this quality would remain experienced within the western part of the Isle Peninsula of the South Kyle APQ? Because we can see quite plainly the extent of visibility, and particularly at those viewpoints 5 and 7. So that can't be sustained as a point of, as an opinion, surely.
No, very much so. I mean, as I say, the sense of seclusion and naturalness often comes from the sort of local landscape characteristics. In some cases, they are landform. There's the sort of rocky, as it says, the sort of, the rocky elements, the rocky coastline. And sometimes it's a bit of the landform, sometimes it's woodland vegetation, but a lot of that seclusion. And again, I'm not, some of the background readings, some of the Firth of Clyde study kind of specifically mentions that again, that seclusion and naturalness comes from those local characteristics along the coastline, so that, you get views, and those views often contain the coastline. So we're not having any effect on the pattern on the APQ itself. It's really about views across Loch Fyne. And I don't think that seeing wind turbines in the upland, with it being set back, is going to have as much impact on the sense of seclusion and naturalness that you experience in the APQ. I do accept that there will be a change to the visual composition of views from some of those. But, as I've set out and identified in viewpoint 7, I think represents those of the most open views. I think at viewpoint 5 at Portavadi, then, you can see where screening, even quite local screening, can have an impact on those views. So I think it's reasonably representative of the nature of views that you get.
Well, I find it hard to agree with that, but it's not for me to agree or disagree, but I do wonder about the sustainability of that. And if I could just approach that question another way by breaking it down as to your approach to the question of the APQ. And you've already touched on this earlier. And we both agree, I think, that assessment of the effects on the APQ are hampered by the absence of any particular framework set out in the local plan or elsewhere. We can agree on that.
Well, I mean, hampered to the degree the policy clearly points to the underlying landscape character, and so that's what I've assessed. It can be helpful to have a statement of significance. I think that's where the guidance currently goes. But obviously, if Earraghail and Bute feel that it's covered in landscape character, that's what I've used as the basis for the assessment.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess it depends on whether Earraghail and Bute want something different protected.
So when you've based it on the landscape character, I was going to ask you where it was that you set that out, but was that set out in the section that I took you to earlier on in your inquiry report? Is that where you say that you've considered the landscape character of the APQ?
So I think that was in the EIA. So when we did the assessments in the EIA.
Are you familiar with the Upper Sonican inquiry report? Because if you are, I don't need to take you to it, and I could save some time.
Probably not as much as you are.
It's just, I think I'll just go to it as briefly as I can. If I go to core document 843, please. And this is all just to do with assessment of effects on an APQ. That's what it's all about, just to give you a heads up on that. So if you go 843, and I'm looking at paragraphs 317, 341, 353. I'll go through those in turn again. But to help you, those are found electronically at pages 44, 49, 51. So 44 of 218 is 317. And appreciate this is dealing with an entirely different APQ and one that we're not concerned with here. But if you have that in front of you, 317, we've got an observation there which does actually apply, in that there's scant evidence base and justification for that particular APQ. If that's noted there, it's 317. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I needn't detain you any further, so let me go on to page 49 electronically. That's just simply the only point to be drawn from that. And then 3.41, the reporter says, as there is no written description of the APQ or citation setting out the reasons for its designation, Miss Anderson, that is the one behind me, not the one in front of me, appraised the character and special qualities of the North Lochore part of the APQ in her landscape topic paper. And it was informed by guidance issued by SNH, as it then was, and HES and local landscape designations. And then just for the sake of 2 pages on at 51 electronically, we then have at 353, there's then an assessment drawn by the reporter based upon what he had. Now, the point of my taking you to that is accepting that there is a deficit in terms of there not being a proper designation for the APQ or the reasons for its designation. What I'd like to ask you, though, is did you not feel it incumbent upon you to attempt to ascertain and then describe the special landscape qualities of the APQ as part of your inquiry report, or do you think that you've covered all of that by looking at the underlying underlying landscape character, as you assessed in the IA, as you said in answer to me a short while ago?
No, I am content. So I do appreciate that Carol has undertaken an assessment of the special qualities for the entire, or for much of the APQ. I think if Earraghail and Butte felt that it was important to have special qualities and the impacts assessed against those qualities, then they would have produced something like a statement of significance, as is indicated in planning policy. But if, when you actually read the policy, where Earraghail and Butte are looking at the areas of panoramic quality, whether it's the older one or whether it's the new one, they talk about having, the potential to sort of minimise significant adverse impacts on the character of the landscape. And they talk about significant adverse impacts on landscape quality for which the area has been designated. So they don't talk about an agreed set of special qualities. They don't insist that you must carry out an assessment. They talk about the underlying character, and again, they reference the underlying Earraghail and Butte landscape capacity assessment, or in fact, the background landscape character descriptions. So it's on that basis that we carried out our assessment, given the direction of the policy itself.
Right. Okay. Then I think you touched on Carol Anderson's evidence. If you could look briefly at production 11.6, which is her inquiry report, which we'll look at in more detail tomorrow. If you go to page 21 and 22 of that. So if you're at page 21, you'll see the LLA, local landscape area, formerly APQ, covers the Adlamant Peninsula. And then she discusses that, and then she describes the special landscape qualities of this LLA include, and then we have small Roman numerals 1 through to 11 over the page at 22, where she's enumerated all of the SLQs that relate to this particular landscape designation. Do you see that?
And is that for the whole of the South Cowal APQ?
At page 20, you'll see discussion of the South Cowal LLA.
As a whole, not just the western part, which is affected by the proposed development.
Well, I hate to paraphrase her evidence. I'm trying to get, because that's for her to give. But what I'm trying to do is to describe a shorter point, which is the approach that's been taken to the APQ assessment. I think it's fair to say that whether it's whichever part, I understand it would be the whole of the APQ, but that for her to elaborate. But my point is that I'd like to ask you about is this, is that in terms of the discussion landscape qualities of the LLA, she has set those out in numbers 1 through to 11. Whereas I think it's correct to say, isn't it, that you haven't undertaken a similar exercise in your assessment of the APQ?
Yes, that's correct. As I've said, there is no statement of significance for those APQs produced by Earraghail and Butte, and the policy points to the underlying landscape character. So that's what we've used.
That's fine, thank you. And just to dwell on that report just a little bit further, 8.11 to 8.12, the paragraphs and the methodology employed. You'll have read this, of course, and then the effects of the proposed development on the key qualities of the LLA. So what we then have at page 22 of the Carol Anderson's inquiry report is that she sets out the SLQs. Then she considers the effects on the key qualities of the APQ, and then she considers the effects on the integrity of the APQ, which is what needs to be discussed. So that's an approach that she took, even in the absence of a particular citation from the local authority development plan or elsewhere, or supplementary guidance. That was her approach. And you haven't undertaken anything similar to that to arrive at that conclusion with regard to the integrity of the APQ.
No, I've been sticking with what's in the policy for that particular designated area, rather than going off-piste.
Oh, okay, off-piste.
Well, not necessarily off-piste, but doing something over and above.
The conclusions part of your inquiry report at 14.11. I think I might have already touched on this. 14.11 at page 39 of your inquiry report. Whilst maybe some differences of opinion between the parties regarding the level of a particular effect, whether an effect may be significant, these differences are relatively limited. But I think I have already touched on this. I think we'd have to disagree with that. Perhaps it might be clear from the questions I've asked you that there is a significant difference of opinion in that, in terms of the significance of adverse effects on the APQ and the wider seascapes, which the Council feels are applicable based on its own evaluation, and those which disagree with. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes, I've assessed it as not significant.
Yeah. It's quite a fundamental difference, really, isn't it?
Well, I have assessed a moderate adverse impact, so it's not as if I haven't assessed any adverse impacts on those areas at all.
No,
I have assessed them.
I haven't assessed anything.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm drawing out is that there is clearly a difference of opinion, and we're not as close.
Yes, that is one of our differences
Yes.
of opinion as to whether the impact is significant or not in that.
And at 14.17, again, the question of mitigation is used because, of course, but I would like to just conclude by suggesting too that you can't have mitigation where you have turbines of 180 metres in height, which are in a site that's selected close to a sensitive coast with prominent views to the east and southeast and affecting a nearby APQ. My suggestion to you for your comment is that in light of those inevitable parts of this proposal development, that there cannot be any mitigation of that, and therefore the extent of the potential adverse impacts has not been mitigated.
Well, we haven't been able to fully mitigate, as you say. We can't make the turbines disappear, but we have mitigated it in the sense that we have kept a setback away from the break of slope, basically to the west of the break of slope, so that the turbines are appearing behind landform when they are visible from the West Arlington Peninsula.
Okay.
So in terms of a degree of mitigation, we have mitigated that, but we haven't been able to, but there are turbines that are going to be visible.
Okay, so there has been setback, in your view, away from the break of slope.
Yep.
And that's mitigation.
And that has been part of the mitigation from the Arlington Peninsula.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your responses. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next section that we've got is cross-examination by Nature Scott. I'm just going to have a quick look.
Well, I think there was something that I probably should have raised this morning.
Okay.
And, sorry, I beg your pardon. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of a process going a different way. And sorry, I was thinking of something else entirely. I beg your pardon.
That's all right. I thought I'd got it wrong then. I'm delighted. I haven't. So it would be Nature Scott. We can take at least a short break just to change over heads and people. I'm just looking at the time for the rest of the day though. So it's coming up to 3:30. We're wanting to finish between 4:30 and 5, ideally, and we've made quite good progress. So if we have a short break now, should we then I'd then be looking on to sort of work through the next section? I don't know how long you might have for cross-examination.
I don't expect that we'd finish today.
No, so we'll work up until we're ready for a break, and then expect to be reconvening with you tomorrow.
Yep,
Yeah.
that would work for me if that works for the witness.
Okay, so should we just take a really short? You happy with a really short break now? Just have
Certainly.
one till should we just break till 25 to then? Yeah.
Could I just ask
Yeah.
point just for clarification?
Yeah.
I understand this process roughly,
Yeah.
but are we allowed to ask questions at any point?
Yeah. So after Nature Scott have had their section of cross-examination, then it will be your turn for your questions, your cross-examination questions to this witness. Yeah, before our reporters' questions.
Okay. Thank you.
So it sounds like we're going to be finishing part way through Nature Scott today. So tomorrow morning we'll finish Nature Scott's cross-examination, and then it will be you. The second thing tomorrow. Okay. Okay, so just break till 25 to. Are we happy to start again? I'm sure Maurice will be back shortly. Okay, so I'll pass over to you, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. Is that working?
No.
No.
Okay, let's pause again.
It's been a long day. Microphone's given up.
No, it's come back. Yeah. So
Come back.
I've moved my phone because that sometimes. Yeah. So yeah, I was just looking at the document.
Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I circulated a list of documents, the main documents that I'm hoping to refer to during cross-examination, but provided you're content, rather than bring them up just now, perhaps we can just refer to them as and when we get to them. One thing that it would be useful for you to have is your own inquiry report, which you've been referring to today, of course, which is CD 11-001. I noted your evidence in chief, and I think you said that when you were undertaking your assessment of the impacts of the special landscape qualities on the National Scenic Area, you looked at the 2010 report as a starting point. That's, of course, a reference to the SNH report, which is in the core documents.
Yes, that's correct.
Can I ask, have you also undertaken field work on Arran for the purposes of your assessment?
Yes. Yes, very much so.
And in your report, at 11.3, we can turn it up if you wish, under the heading Visual Effects in relation to the North Ireland National Scenic Area. You mentioned a number of routes, and I wonder if we could just run through those quickly just to explore the field work in a little bit more detail.
Sorry, which was the paragraph?
It's electronic page 23. It's hard copy page 26, headed up Visual Effects. I think one of the routes you mentioned there is we might not need to go with specific reference to your report, although we can look at it if you wish, but you mentioned the Arran Coastal Way. Can I ask if you walked the section of that route between Millstone Point and Lochranza?
Yes, I have. I've done the whole route from Sannox to Lochranza.
Okay, and further south?
Beyond.
Very good. And you mentioned a circular route by the north coast from Lochranza to Laggan via a pass over the moorland. Have you walked that one?
Yes. I haven't walked over the moorland. No, not that bit of the moorland.
Right.
I've just done the route around from Sannox to Lochranza.
Okay.
But I have done a little bit of a climb up, but not the full route over, if that makes sense.
Okay. And you mentioned a route through the North Mountains from Lochranza to Cattercole via Glen Cattercole. Have you walked that route?
Yes, that's only part of it. Again, just part of it, because there's only just a limited extent of visibility, I believe, in that section.
Okay. And you mentioned a path in the Western Hills from Thundergay up to the Lochan. Have you walked that?
Yes, I have.
And I'm coming to the end of this list. You'll be glad to hear. The group of rounded summits in the Western Hills, which you describe as, I think that's your description from your report, Ben Brack, Mourbury, Ben Verrain. Have you walked those?
Yes, I have.
And finally, in your precognition, you referenced the Walk Highlands route, which was lodged as a document, I believe, by the applicants. The Walk Highland routes in the Northern Mountains from Castellabvale via North Glen Sannox. Have you walked that route?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And with regard to assessing impacts of special landscape qualities on a national scenic area, would you agree that the Nature Scot guidance directs practitioners to be led by the on-site experience and assessment in identifying key landscape characteristics that underpin the SLQs?
Yes, it does state that.
And with reference to the EIAR, would you agree with me, or would you accept that there's no detailed assessment in there of visual impacts for receptors in the Northern Mountains or the Western Hills in Arran? That is, they've not been identified as visual receptors in the EIAR.
So they've been considered within the groups. So some of the receptors on the Northern Hills have been included in the Lochranza Cattercole group, and some of the paths up, again, from Pernmill have been included in the Pernmill group.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So when we read those visual receptor groups in the EAR, we should bear that in mind. Okay. There is a fair amount of agreement, I think, between Nature Scot and the applicant when it comes to visual impacts, and that's set out in the Statement of Agreed Matters. So the reporter can have regard to that as they wish. But I just have I don't think we need to go into that in too much detail, but I have a few questions on nighttime effects, if I may. you haven't addressed the impact of aviation lighting in your inquiry report. Now, I understand that's because the applicant's position here is that the development will not proceed without ADLS being installed, and with ADLS installed, there won't be any significant impacts. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
And we can go to this if you wish, but you may be aware of the view of the Scottish ministers in the recent Clockery decision. And it was the Scottish ministers' view in that decision that it would not be appropriate in that instance to impose a condition prohibiting development or operation until such time as ADLS could be used. Are you familiar with that decision?
I believe you've indicated that in the statement of agreed matters, so yes, I've seen that.
So would you accept then that if the Scottish ministers remain of that view for this case and no such conditions imposed requiring ADLS, that the proposed development could theoretically be built out with aviation lighting and without an ADLS system?
That's not the view of the applicant. That the applicant's view is that it would not be built without the ADLS.
That's the applicant's view, but there would be nothing to secure that. Would you accept that if no condition was imposed?
That's not the basis on which we've carried out the assessment, or we believe that permission would be granted, so not really.
But if there was no condition attached to the consent to secure ADLS, then there would be nothing, and consent was granted, then there would be nothing to prevent the development being built out. There would be no constraints. Do you accept that? Do you accept
as a theoretical possibility, I suppose that's possible.
Yes, well, it's possible, and obviously what the applicant does in reality is a matter for them. But in terms of the process of getting their consent and the constraints imposed on that consent by condition, there could well be a situation, if Scottish ministers remain of the view that they did in Clockery, that there would be nothing in the consent that would restrict the build-out development without ADLS. That's the point I'm driving at. And in those circumstances, there could be significant impacts of the lighting, aviation lighting on the turbines.
I did identify in the EIA, in the option without the ADLS, that there would be significant impacts on some of the receptors in the north of Arran. So yes, I did. I did accept that there is the potential for significant impacts.
Yes, so would you accept then that given the possibility of that eventuality, it's be helpful for the reporters and Scottish ministers to hear evidence on the impact of aviation lighting?
That's not the position of the applicant. So again, it's not the position that I've taken in my inquiry report. It's not the position of the applicant that the development would proceed without ADLS.
Not the position of the applicant, but what's your view?
On whether ADLS is practical.
No, and whether it would be helpful for the reporters to hear evidence on aviation lighting.
Well, I don't see, if the applicant is not going to proceed with the development unless ADSL is practical, then I haven't put anything forward because it's not relevant.
Would it not be useful for the reporters to have an understanding of the aviation lighting impacts that are to be mitigated by ADLS before deciding whether ADLS would be appropriate in order to mitigate those impacts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to say. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I know it was a question from the reporter, so I'm not going to, I'm happy to say that I think certainly with the reduced lighting scheme, I mean, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I've already identified significant impacts with all of the turbines lit without the reduced lighting scheme. I'm not quite sure whether you're asking what the impacts would be with the reduced lighting scheme.
I'm just conscious that it isn't something that you've considered in your assessment of impacts in the SLQ and the NSA, but let's revisit that. at a later point. Just very quickly on the impacts of aviation lighting if this ADLS scheme, an aircraft detection lighting system, isn't put in place.
Isn't put in place.
Is not put in place, yeah. In views from the North Arran National Scenic Area, would you agree that there's very little lighting on the Kintyre Peninsula north of Cardale at present?
It's relatively limited.
And it's into this relatively limited, in terms of lighting, northern area of the peninsula where the proposed scheme will be located.
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand it's a matter of agreement between parties as well, and this is set out in the Statement of Green Matters, that the nighttime visualisations produced by the applicant should be treated with a degree of caution, as it's difficult to illustrate turbine lighting well in visualisations. Am I also right in thinking that there are no built examples of turbines with variable and directional intensity lighting of the type that are being proposed here? Is that something in your knowledge?
I'm aware that, well, it depends on exactly which bit of the mitigation you're talking about. So if it's the mitigation where it reduces automatically from 2,000 candela to 200 candela,
yes,
I do believe that I had some discussions with Nature Scott, and there are some developments that have been built with that mitigation in the borders. What's the name of it? I think we mentioned that. Yeah. Oh, the names just escaped me.
There was a name sent through, and the names escaped me too. But we can perhaps remember it.
It'll come back to me, and I'll let you know.
There was one example in the borders. I think we've been sent in an email exchange.
Yeah. But it doesn't have the directional intensity, i.e., the lighting design, whereby those below the hub would have a reduced intensity. So it's, and I believe my recollection is it's also not exactly what's proposed either, in that I think there's 2 lights been put on. There's been some confusion in the CAA condition whereby, because you need 2 lights, one's a backup, they've been lighting both so that there's 2 rather than 1. I have been up to see it. And yeah, you can tell that there are 2 lights rather than it only needs to have 1.
Can I just interject here? Before Christmas, I was at an inquiry where aviation lighting was proposed, 2,000 going down to 200, and directional intensity is very, very varied as well. And they did say in that inquiry that Long Hill Burn in West Lothian was one that was similar to what they were proposing in this particular inquiry I was at. So you maybe would want to check whether Long Hill Burn in West Lothian is the same as what you would be proposing here if you didn't have ADLS. Or you're not proposing it, but what the reduced lighting scheme would be.
Yeah, it has come back to me, cross dikes.
Cross dikes, yes.
Yeah, okay, so Long Hill Burn as well, potentially, yeah, so that was different. So the one that I was thinking of was cross dikes. And again, that's a bit further south, in the borders, rather than in Long Hill Burn.
Would it be fair to say that, given the issues with the visual material and the lack of built examples that are perhaps of the exact measures proposed, that there is some uncertainty regarding the assessment of the impact of aviation lighting as a discipline?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new and emerging field. It's something that we haven't been doing for many years. It's something that is new, and as we get more examples of the lights being built, and we look at it in greater scrutiny, we take photographs, we understand what that means, then yes, we are building up a better understanding of what the impacts are. But I'm happy to admit that it is still an emerging area where, yeah, there is a degree of uncertainty. I think it is helping now that we are getting lights that are built with the mitigation of the sort. But I think that there is still a degree of uncertainty with regard to the detailed specification of lights. I think there is still learning going on for all of us, assessing and understanding the impacts.
Thank you. And given this uncertainty, then, would it be sensible to take a precautionary approach when it comes to the assessment of visual impacts from aviation lighting?
Yes, I've certainly taken a generally precautionary approach to most of my assessments, and I think that is the accepted way of going about things.
And is my understanding correct that there is existing aviation lighting on some turbines south of Carradale at present? Is that your understanding?
Is that the Benin Turk?
Benin Turk 3?
Yeah. My understanding is there are some lights in Benin Turk.
And do you happen to know the candela rating of those lights?
You were at the Narakan inquiry, so you probably have a much better understanding of that than I do. So, other than what
I'm reluctant to give evidence.
I mean, other than I did hear at the Narakan inquiry that they were possibly the 32 candela, but I don't really have any knowledge. I haven't researched it. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Would you agree that in clear conditions those lights are readily seen from the affected parts of the North Ireland National Scenic Area at present? The Benin Turk 3 ones?
I believe you can see them. I haven't done a lot of nighttime assessment, particularly on those western hills where you're more likely to see the Benin Turk. Given the quite disparity in distance between Benin Turk and Earraghail. So that's not something that I've necessarily spent a lot of time looking at. I understand that the Benin Turk ones, you don't tend to get from the coast, so you must get up quite elevated at night.
Okay. Yeah. To draw this section to a close, the reporters will no doubt see the Benin Turk turbines when they're doing their site visits, or they may wish to, should they wish to do so. They can look at that existing lighting and make judgments on the impact of aviation lighting from there. Is that fair?
Yes, they can.
So turning to your assessment of special landscape qualities on the National Scenic Area, do you accept that the assessment's based on experiential and perceptual qualities?
Yes. You mean my assessment, or we're supposed to be, just in general terms?
In general terms.
Yes, I think it needs to assess both the physical and the perceptual qualities.
Okay, physical and perceptual. And we discussed earlier that fieldwork's an essential part of the process in order to identify key landscape characteristics that underpin the special landscape qualities in accordance with the Nature Scott guidance.
Yes, I think it is, along with the sort of background material that exists as baseline. I think that's important that one takes recognition of that baseline material. That's what that material is there and based on. So I think taking an understanding of those special qualities as set out in the 2010 Nature Scott guidance, I think that's a really helpful document when understanding the impacts on those special qualities, because that's where those special qualities are set out, and then taking that and going out and doing that site work and understanding what to intermingle, because they're not just individually taken, but they're taken as a whole. So understanding how those different components relate, I think, is important.
Okay. In terms of special landscape qualities that are adversely affected in this inquiry, we're only really focusing on a couple of these. Would you accept that, and I think you just explained this, that each special landscape quality contributes to the overall integrity of the NSA? You'd agree with that?
Certainly to the whole designation.
So, would you agree that an adverse impact on one special landscape quality could compromise the overall integrity of the National Scenic Area as a whole, as a general proposition?
Yeah, I mean, as I've said in my inquiry statement, I'm leaving it to others in the planning and legislative framework to really make those final assessments and judgments about integrity and the overall integrity and impact on the objectives, and whether there's compromise on the objectives. But I mean, I have read the background paper that Nature Scott have written regarding that, which does say policy and legislative. So, and it does say that, a significant impact on necessarily relate to an impact overall, but I could imagine a situation where the converse would be true. It does depend very much on the nature and the location of those impacts.
Yeah, that's fair. And I note that you aren't your position on the policy test, which you're leaving for others. So to be clear then, you aren't providing any expert evidence to this inquiry on whether or not the effects of the proposed development compromise the objectives of designation or the overall integrity of the National Scenic Area?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that because you don't believe conclusions of that nature to be within your area of expertise?
I think it does seem to be. The more I think about it and the more we understand and discuss and read about it, it does seem clear that it is a policy and legislative kind of construct, and that's set out in the background Nature Scott guidance. So, for instance, in the guidelines for assessing the effects of special qualities, in the final conclusion and summary of impacts, there's no discussion about assessing impacts on integrity or the overall, whether it compromises the overall designation. So that's not mentioned in that draft guidance. And certainly in where Nature Scott does mention it, they do title it as policy and legislative framework. So those things lead me to believe that, yeah, that's in the realm of decision makers or in the planning policy balance, rather than necessarily a sort of description from as a landscape architect, where as it sets out in the guidance, we're really trying to understand the sort of nature of the impacts on individual SLQs, those areas, how it's affected by people, the experience. So that's what I've kept my assessment to.
And does that position put you at odds with other practitioners in this area, stopping short of addressing the policy test?
I mean, other practitioners can do as they choose. There are some practitioners that talk about acceptability and make a judgment with regard to acceptability. I don't do that. I leave that for others, for decision makers to do that. So I try to keep to my area of expertise.
Okay. I think you've probably already provided me with your evidence on this point, but and we can go to cases if you like, but I think you'd accept, am I right in saying this, that in previous cases, effects on a small number of special landscape qualities or over a relatively small area of an NSA have been found to compromise the objectives of designation, the overall integrity of the NSA. Do you agree with that?
I'm familiar with some of the previous judgments.
And turning, so you're familiar, of course, with Nature Scott's guidance for assessing the effects of special landscape qualities. We've referred to it a couple of times in this discussion so far. Would you accept that in general terms, your assessment doesn't follow this guidance.
In what way doesn't follow it?
Well, perhaps we could go through it just to get your view on how the guidance is to be approached. It might be useful to turn this up actually. So it's core document 918. And if we look at the second page of this document, it provides a step-by-step approach, of course, to the assessment process. Step one, if you have that, it's in paragraph 16. Step one, the proposal gain as full an understanding of the proposal as possible. Do you see that? So,
yes.
The step one, that's not in dispute. If we move on to step two, define the study area and scope of the assessment, identifying the area likely to be affected. And I'm sure everyone's familiar, so I won't read out the paragraphs, but am I correct in saying that you haven't identified any study areas as part of your assessment here?
Well, we included the National Scenic Area boundary on some of the ZTVs, and
yes,
we did include a ZTV.
Yes, so am I right in saying that your study area is effectively the whole of the NSA? Your effect? Well,
yes,
is that correct?
Yes, the NSA itself, yeah. It's not one of the larger NSAs. I mean, there are national parks and NSAs that are much larger.
Yes. So in your assessments, you've assessed the special landscape qualities across the whole of the NSA.
Yes. Well, but did focus, I mean, I must say, we did focus on the areas that were likely to be affected, so those areas within the ZTV.
Yes. I wonder if there's a risk with this approach, whether you'd agree with this, that any finding you may reach of significant effects to special landscape qualities in particular parts of the NSA will inevitably be revised to being not significant when you consider it in the context of the NSA as a whole. If you follow me? So effectively applying a dilution factor, if you will, to the NSA assessment. Do you have a view on that?
Not necessarily. I mean, that generally applies to, any large receptor. So, and not necessarily. I mean, we are, the role of EIA is to identify potentially significant effects. So we do keep that in the forefront of our minds in the sense of making sure that we're not diluting anything that is relevant and identifying potentially significant effects. I think in terms of understanding the special qualities, we have gone back to that special qualities document to look at how those special qualities individually at the NSA, how they're expressed in the area and particularly within those areas of the ZTV. So, and how the impact might happen. So, no, I don't think so.
We could perhaps revisit that one, but if we move on to step 3, the analysis of impacts and effects on special landscape qualities. And it's split into columns because that's how they set out the pro forma. But column 1, identification of relevant special landscape qualities within the study area. Now, your inquiry report addresses all of the special landscape qualities. And I think you've explained that just now by saying that that's because the study area for your assessment's the whole of the National Scenic Area. So you're looking at all of the special landscape qualities.
No, I looked at all of the special qualities in my. So we looked, obviously, in the EIA, we undertook an assessment, and that, followed that sort of pattern. And certainly in the inquiry report, we looked at all of the special qualities, because I think if you read the document about the special qualities, it does quite clearly say that, yes, it is very useful to understand the nature of impact and whether any special qualities are significantly impacted. But it's really, when you're looking at the impacts on the NSA, you can't just take out and go down into the detail of all of the special qualities or one or two of the special qualities, because taking out one or two of the special qualities, it's about how they intermingle, and it's more about how all of the special qualities come together to form the NSA. And it certainly the 2010 Nature Scott report does say that, yes, now that you can identify those individual special qualities, don't get overexcited, and make sure that you keep in mind that it's how all of those qualities come together. That's what makes a place special, and that's what actually is the NSA. So I think it is useful to understand in detail and to analyse those things in detail, but I think you can't forget how they come together. And certainly when you're drawing together in that step 4, the summary of impacts, I think that is particularly relevant once you've delved down to understand how they could be affected in detail. You then need to pull out and understand how they all relate.
Yes, I think this might come down to you having not identifying sub-areas for study, perhaps. So paragraph 22 of this guidance, we read, "It may not be necessary to consider the effects of the proposal on every SLQ listed in the NSA report. The aim should be to identify, as far as is possible, which SLQs are to be included in or scoped out of the impact assessment." And in the EIAR, in your inquiry report, you include all of the SLQs, because you're looking at the entirety of the NSA. And
well, I mean, we're looking at the areas that are affected by the proposed development in the NSA, particularly. But again, we didn't.
You haven't. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't cut out. We didn't feel that it was appropriate to not assess any of the special qualities at the EIA stage. We hadn't engaged with Nature Scott. We had some discussion and dialogue, but we didn't have time to engage fully with Nature Scott to perhaps focus down the study area or focus down the potential impacts on the SLQs in time for the EIA. So we assessed all of those. I feel like if we hadn't assessed all of those, you could be criticising us for having focused in and not assessed all of those special qualities. So I think we did assess them all, just to make sure that it was clear why, because on some of them, we didn't feel that there was an effect. Mm-hmm. Certainly on some of them, there might have been an effect, but not significant. But again, we wanted to make sure that we did consider all of those, and we showed our work so that everyone could see why we'd assessed what we'd assessed.
I think that's. Thank you for that response. I think my concern is that the Nature Scott guidance, as I see it, you can comment on this, guides practitioners to identify study areas and the relevant special landscape qualities in those study areas, so that useful conclusions can be arrived at in the assessments that are undertaken. My concern is that by not following this guidance and in terms of identifying study areas and those relevant SLQs in those study areas, my concern is your assessment runs the risk of underestimating the impact on the NSA.
I don't think so. If you look at the ZTV, the impacts were certainly focused in certain areas, and we did include an assessment in the EIA and reference those areas. So I think certainly for the one where we identified a moderate, the sort of an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, we certainly looked at the various viewpoints, the various areas, the various parts that were affected. So I don't think we didn't not consider those.
I suppose to put it another way then, would it be fair to say that the conclusions that you're drawing in your report and in the EIAR regarding the impact of the proposed development on the national scenic area, they're not addressing or answering the policy test as to whether the objectives of designation or overall integrity are compromised?
Yes. So no, we're sticking to the guidance in terms of drawing together a summary of impacts on the SLQ's implications for the NSA and the possible future effects. So it says, you know, in step 4, the final stage draws together all the strands of the assessment to present in summary evidence to inform the decisions on policy. This narrative should cover the following issues: the relationship between the affected SLQs, where relevant, in the context of the study area, and the wider designated landscape, including any specific locational issues in relationship to the way in which the landscape is experienced, the nature and levels of effect on relevant SLQs, the relationship of people with the SLQs and how they may be experienced and affected, and consideration of possible cumulative effects of the incremental erosion of the designated SLQs over time. And then from this judgment, a statement of effect should be produced. So that is in essence what we were striving to do. And so, yeah, so we didn't necessarily, or I haven't made that overall judgment.
And do you think it would have been useful to have identified sub-areas and relevant SLQs in those sub-areas to provide a more nuanced and focused assessment?
Not really. I mean, we've covered quite a lot. We obviously did the assessment that we produced in the EIA, and that gave a good basis for where impacts were. And certainly when I came to do the inquiry report, you know, we considered those particularly, you know, focused in on those SLQs that had been identified as potentially significant by Nature Scott. So, you know, I provided further detail in those.
So
in that.
Let's move on then to focus in on those. The key, so column 2, if we follow the guidance down, key landscape characteristics that underpin the special landscape qualities. We read here that at paragraph 26, the narrative combining landscape character and qualities will be the basis for assessing impacts. To develop this narrative, the assessor should refer to the published SLQ description and the landscape character assessment, but be led by the on-site experience and assessment. Inherent in this approach is the use of the key landscape characteristics identified to interpret how the SLQs are experienced and subsequently presented in the assessment. This is likely to require a greater level of detail sufficient to inform the assessment of impacts. And then at paragraph 27, site visits and/or a good working knowledge of the area and how it's used are key to providing a robust and consistent level of baseline SLQ information, which can usefully inform the assessment of effects and proposals for mitigation. Now, we can turn to the specific SLQs that are at issue shortly, but more generally, did your fieldwork not identify any key characteristics of the nighttime landscape which underpin the SLQs?
So again, we assessed that if you look at the actual SLQs as described in the background document, the 2010 Nature Scott document, we reviewed that with regard to the nighttime impacts, and we didn't feel that the lighting would affect the interpretation of the SLQs. as identified.
I don't understand that. Is that because, is your view that the NSA ceases to have special landscape qualities when the sun goes down?
Well, not necessarily. We certainly assessed the impact on the wildland at night, but in analysis of all of the individual special qualities, so for instance, a mountain presence that dominates the Firth of Clyde, again, that's definitely less perceptible other than just perhaps a skyline at night. And we didn't feel that the turbines, that there was enough separation distance that the turbines wasn't going to affect that. Again, it doesn't have the same quality as it does in the day. And again, the contrast between the high highland interior and populated coastal strip, again, the proposed development isn't likely to have any impacts on that at night. And it's not quite as perceptible at night, that particular quality. So we basically went one by one through all of the qualities to see whether that quality would be experienced. So a historical landscape in miniature, it's not really one that's going to be particularly noticeable at night. That would be affected by the proposed development.
So these are perceptual, experiential qualities. I mean, take the recreation SLQ, for instance. Visitors come to the North Arran NSA at night to stargaze. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
It's part of the. I'm sure people do. I mean, I don't have any evidence that it's not a dark sky.
But is this not part of the experiential, perceptual analysis that there will be key landscape characteristics at night which underpin these special landscape qualities? There will be experiences, there will be perceptions that underpin them. You disagree with that?
I mean, some of the wildland qualities are, which some of the wildland and more remote qualities, yes, you do get those on Arran, and we did carry out an assessment on the wildland at night.
Yes, but in terms of the NSA qualities.
I mean, the nighttime lighting, the impacts that you're more likely to affect are those more remoter qualities, because much of the rest of it drops away. It depends on the nature of the SLQs. So for these SLQs on Arran, much of it drops away at night. So, other than it remains an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, that's probably the only one where, again, it's not so much documented. There's nothing stated in there. And again, nighttime.
But you're to be led by your own site.
Yeah.
Your own site. Well,
certainly views from the east side of the island are quite limited. There's all of North Ayrshire, which is visible. So there's quite a lot of lights in that area. The western side is a bit more remote, but again, most of the fact that it's an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, that in itself is not going to be affected by lights on the Kintyre.
But I'm just talking about key landscape characteristics that underpin the special landscape quality, and whether you identified any in the nighttime. That's my question. I think your answer is.
I think mainly the ones, the more remoter qualities. Not really that we felt that it would likely be affected.
Now, this is something which Carol Anderson has responded to in her precognition. But in your inquiry report, you appear on a couple of occasions to criticise Nature Scott for identifying the wildness of the landscape as a key landscape characteristic which underpins the special landscape qualities. And you make reference to MPF 4 and policies there regarding wildland. You'll have seen the response from Carol Anderson at section 2.1 of her precognition. We can perhaps turn that up if you wish to refresh yourself to it. That is core document 1116. And it's the second page, paragraph 2.1. Do you have that?
Yes, 2.1. Yeah. Yes. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Well, I was just going to give you an opportunity to read that if you wish, to refresh your memory, but I wonder if you accept that explanation.
Yeah, so I wasn't seeking to state that the northern coast was in the wildland area, because it clearly isn't. And I agree with Carol Anderson that the northern coast certainly does have remote qualities by nature, which is, and I've said as much in my inquiry report, and it's due to the lack of development along that section of coast between Sannox and Loch Ranza. I think what I'm seeking to say is I disagree that the proposed development will have the level of impact on the quality of remoteness that Nature Scott are asserting. So I'm not saying it won't have any impact, but I don't think it will have the same level of impact that's being asserted. And because, again, I think a lot of the remote qualities come from the fact that part of the coast is not been developed, and for some of it, it's 8 or 9 kilometers of route, of coast that isn't developed, which is unusual on Arran. So I do appreciate that, and I'm not seeking to say that doesn't have those qualities. I just don't think that the proposed development is going to have that level of impact on those qualities.
Okay, that's fair. Do you wish to withdraw that criticism then, in that case?
Well, I don't think I've criticised it, if you see what I mean. I don't think I've said that there isn't a remote quality. I guess what I'm saying is that I think we need to be mindful that there is a direction that, the wildland areas, that there's no buffer on the wildland areas, and that there is a parallel there to be drawn in some of the planning policy. And I do believe that there should be, the consideration of perceptual qualities is an important part of the assessment. And given that the proposed development isn't within the NSA and therefore not having any physical impacts, then all of the impacts essentially that the proposed development are on the perceptual qualities. I have identified a moderate adverse impact on one of the special qualities myself. So,
yes.
I have identified perceptual qualities and impacts.
If we turn to, well, just to finish off this point, if we look at one of the paragraphs where you make this reference, hopefully we can deal with this quite quickly, but paragraph 11.5.15 of your report, which is on PDF page 33. And you say here, do you have that? Sorry.
Yes, I've got that now.
You say here, Nature Scott repeatedly stressed that the proposed development would diminish wildness and grandeur or erode the current sense of wildness, remoteness and isolation. They also state that the adverse effect on the section of isolated coast will be significant due to the high sensitivity of this remote area to this form of development and the magnitude of change. However, it's clear from NPF 4, Policy 4G, that effects in development out with wildland areas will not be a significant consideration. Do I understand from your explanation that you gave there that you would be content to withdraw that final sentence?
Well, that's what the MPF policy says, and certainly with regard to wildland. And
yes,
I do appreciate that this isn't within wildland.
Yes, that's the point.
But I think that there is a parallel to be drawn in the sense that, policy considerations are that that development out with wildland areas, which contain a lot of those same characteristics.
Yes, but that policy wouldn't be engaged here.
But you're right, it wouldn't be engaged here. So yeah,
that's
absolutely the case.
Yes. would you wish to withdraw it? Remove that sentence. Would you be happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. I'm just about to turn to the assessments of the two special landscape qualities, but I don't know if that would be I don't know how long you're both happy to sit for.
So I can cope with up till 5 if others can. Do you know if it would be contained in that amount of time?
We could give it a go.
Are you? Yeah, I'm happy actually to finish if people do. You've been sitting for a long
I'm conscious
time.
it's quite a long time.
It's quite a long time, and we have made good progress, so I don't really need to force us through to 5 if people are happy to stop now and reconvene. Yep, I'm not seeing any objections, so I'll do that. So we're